To see help out, if not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on health care at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here, and I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 trillion, it's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. If you want to be part of this campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word UNITED to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or POO. Wait. You got it. It's out the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQT people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I worked for 10 years. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed with our Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. But President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London to speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists over in London because This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. Now we have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw at Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school.
Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go, boom, boom, boom.
If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards.
And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't the press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault.
I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where in the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." So have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks. But guess what? I found that the Secretary, we sat together in many meetings.
There's things that are worth doing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options. The public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable.
Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but he's an example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the early and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, they should. Anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We can speak out and be more straightforward. Senator Joe, I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, prevents money from getting to NGOs. In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's an invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of every 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and having heard, the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. You know, the next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole. Which we as a society talk about one another. The way we've always, look, my wife, who is a teacher, she's teaching now. She's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn by the National Guard. A whole lot of things, and guess what? Farm ownership and cooperating loan and operating loan. I remember sometimes when my dad was restless, my mom would say, because our rooms are next to one another, I'd say, next morning, what's wrong? I said, your dad can't sleep. He's just staring at the ceiling thinking, what happens? We have to start rewarding work, not just wealth. The first speech stood up.
the former chancellor of Germany, stands up. She says, we have to go it alone.
International leaders spoke about it.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? What is, I saw, I put on red, by the way. I didn't have red on, and then I saw that poll, and I was like, I think someone said that I didn't own red, and I was like, I'll show you, bitch. I'll show you, bitch. I own red. Anyways, that's not cheating. I I run it. It's my channel. I can do whatever I want. Stop the count. You can't listen. I am God Empress of the l'état c'est moi. I can do what I want. Um anyways, how's everybody doing? It's insider trading, yeah. Um yes, they were moving. Did they remove debated, or are you gonna post the debated thing if I ask if they removed it? I know that they removed PogChamp because the guy who is PogChamp was like, yeah, the I encourage more violence or whatever. Look, it's not easy. I predicted it, so you didn't bait me, okay? It didn't work. Which is it's hilarious to have your political takes be so bad that you like stop being a Twitch emote. That's very funny. Calling for violence, yeah. So anyways, yeah, there were some big protests. I did a podcast, a mini little podcast episode about it yesterday. Just to, cause I guess I could have streamed it instead, but whatever, it was my day off. But yeah, basically, like, I mean, the question of whether it was a coup or not is like sort of dumb. And why I mean it's sort of dumb is that, like, you know, if like you have a podcast, I'm assuming that's like ironic given how many times I plug it on the stream. Like technically, what you know, those like there were like 60 private like military guys that tried to take over the Venezuelan government like a year ago, and like, you know, there's no way they would have done it. But I guess that is an attempted coup technically, and by that standard, like, I guess this was an attempted coup. Although I would imagine that a lot of people there didn't see it as that. They were like, well, you know, it's democracy. We want to make sure democracy. But nevertheless, I think the coup discussion is actually really redundant, because anyways, accuse when you trespass and take selfies. Regardless, it doesn't, you know, the question of whether it was technically a coup or not doesn't talk about, well, did it have any feasible chance, if it was a coup, of like being achieved in any way? Or was it literally like absurd? They had zip ties and firearms? Yeah, one guy brought zip ties. That's all we know of, right? A guy brought zip ties. It's not even like the beer hall putsch. It's like if during the beer hall putsch, Hitler was like, stop it, you have to respect the Weimar government. Please don't do any violence for me and go home. It's like, so basically, it's like the beer hall putsch if the beer hall putsch wasn't the beer hall putsch. So it wasn't like the beer hall putsch. They had no actual demands, and they had, again, not an organized force. They had no chance of actually doing anything. Whether it was like verifying the election for what actually for how it like actually was, which is how I'm sure many of the people who went there literally saw it in their like, you know, like purely aesthetic irrational brains. They saw it as like, well, Donald Trump won the election and he got most of the votes, and we're just ensuring that democracy is done. I'm sure at least a lot of them saw it like that. Which is, of course, ridiculous. I mean, they're chained up in a wall in Plato's cave pointing at shadows. But for the most part, I think the people showed up because They saw it as a pro-democracy protest. Yeah, most of them showed up because Trump told them to show up, and they were like, "Well, I'm gonna show up for my dad, so I'll show up." Yes, of course I saw that the Q shaman was there. Yes, that's great. There's a photo of Julian and the Q shaman from what is it? From like October of this year, or last year. So which is super funny cuz he's like a prolific person on Q and far right protests in America. Yeah, cannot believe that the QAnon Anonymous podcast hosts are complicit in the fascist violence. Shaking my head. Oh, also something that's super funny and also absurd. The the photo of the guy with the Confederate flag? He's Canadian. He's a Canadian. He flew down from Canada to do that. Incredible. Incredible. So that next time someone is like the next time someone is like, "Oh, you left, you fucking weirdo left-wing Canadians." Yeah, that was me. Yeah. You left-wing weirdo Canadians like being obsessed with American politics. Every fucking leaf, every Canadian has this brain poison in which your politics centers around America. Canada is a fake country with a fake culture. It isn't real. It's just a weird pseudo reproduction of America. Yes, there were Stop the Steal protests in Toronto and Montreal. I mean, like, it's ridiculous. I think Capitol rioters could face up to 10 years in prison on a Trump monument executive order. No way. I mean, who knows if they'll actually... That's very funny. I have to say, that's very funny. That's very funny. I mean, the question is whether that'll actually happen. Who knows? But yeah, again, so like, at no point,
cops
and
are bad cops.
The media also invented a new ideology yesterday, anarcho-Trumpism.
Oh yeah, that's super cool. None of your damn business. Thank you for the 8 months. Yeah. Another thing, again, like, and Baked Alaska face was on CNN's. Baked Alaska said he was on Trouble in CNN. That's super. Oh, that's why he was calling for like all the people to be pardoned, right? Because it was like he's one of them. Yeah, that's very funny. So I got a hot hate from Croipers. I didn't get that much. It was a couple replies. I think I just said like, because again, I was right. It's so hard to always be right perpetually forever. But, on the American side, it's a spectacle. Results are predetermined. They're chained up in a cave pointing each other at the wall. If it was this easy to meaningfully threaten the American state, I would be embarrassed for the American left for not at least trying it. Which, to be clear, I am constantly embarrassed for the American left. I'm constantly embarrassed. Who isn't? But people responding to this like, oh, you're coping or whatever. You're just mad that the right is having more power than you. And it's like, no, they didn't actually threaten anything. Twitter essay. Yeah, exactly. So true. They didn't threaten it. And while there were people who were like, this is a real threat. It's going to destroy American democracy. Trump is going to get another term, or he's going to be declared God Emperor. And it's like, how would that actually have happened? What was the actual feasible chance of that happening? So while it was happening, I was correct. And then I said, like, it isn't a problem. It's not going to happen. It's fake. It's like a facade. They showed up because Trump told them to, and they assumed he had a fucking plan. Embarrassed for the Canadian left? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no. Of course. I'm embarrassed for the left, period. But, like, it wasn't a big deal. It really wasn't. It's indicative of something, and you can have the greater discussion about that. Because, the analogy I like to use is that they're like a weapon, these Trump supporters, and whatever sort of fascistic impulse they have. Admin password, thank you for the 4 months. But one that's just being like aimed by nothing, they're a bioweapon, that's true, yeah. Just aimed at nothing, just like sprayed around into like a tree line at nothing. Sarkozy, thank you for the $1. I don't think it shows up though for some reason, but which can still like hit people obviously, but it isn't aimed at a particular thing. You know, you can't aim it at a target. The chances that it could possibly hit the target they're aiming for doesn't exist because they're living in a shadowland in which Trump is almost about to, overturn the election results and, become a second-term president or become God Emperor or do the storm or whatever. And that's just simply not true. And if you're operating from a logic that is so outside of the actual world, then, how are you possibly going to do anything? The answer is you possibly do something when like a smart, charismatic leader manipulates you.
Bad cops.
Right?
Posting champ.
Gut Fritz, thank you for the 8 months. And Trump is charismatic, like objectively speaking, in terms of people thinking he's charismatic, because that's all that matters. And I sort of see it in terms of his charisma. It's an antithesis charisma of like Obama, that it appeals to the sort of antithesis group that likes Obama. But he's not smart. He's an idiot. He didn't have a plan to steal the election. He never did because he's a fucking idiot. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Just has no, he has a smooth brain and he doesn't think about things. How come that lady who took a Glock to Congress didn't stop him? That's true. The only thing stopping a right-wing protester with a gun is a right-wing congressperson. I think, is that how that saying goes? We should create Froth Champ. Totally. So true. So true, Will. So true. What's this? This way appearing at semantic arguments that technical evidence would be to cure. I mean, sure, Devash or whatever, sure. But again, like, there was no threat and there was no I don't understand why people thought that there was such a large threat of democracy being ended. I don't get like what is I didn't see an actual explanation for what would happen after they took control of the Capitol building. I genuinely didn't. I guess they vaguely threatened the senators' lives, but I guess after they left, what was the Democrats would give up? They would vote Trump in. Because people were still tweeting that it was a coup and that the democracy might end after it was confirmed that every congressperson was safe. Start riots at the State House across the country. I guess. Do you see the guy with the gun and zip ties in the Senate? Yeah, there's a dude with zip ties. What is that? I guess a guy was planning on taking hostages. If the mob killed some dumb Congress people, the Republicans would not play along. A lot of the Republicans are even against Trump now, even after he like... Also, did you see the video? Because, he obviously said, like, you guys did very great. I like you a lot. Very cool, very special. But go home. Go home.
All cops are
it's time for night,
cops.
Evening.
It's time for your bedtime. Time to go home. Donglei Donkey Kong, thank you for the 5 months. But there's a video of him at this, like, party. Like, Don Jr., because he's such a fucking idiot, has, like, the video of him at this party where they're, like, seemingly celebrating with all the footage of, like, the crowds. Which, if a Don Jr. Instagram video is what finally gets Trump, like, finally confirms charges against him or something, that would be so funny. Do I have the video? Fuck. Yeah, but I mean, I guess, I do agree with Vash about the coup semantics is stupid. Because, I guess technically there were definitely people in that crowd that wanted to do something that you could define as a coup. I wouldn't call it an organized plan, because I don't think they had an organized plan. But again, like, I said this in my sort of like mini episode thing, like, to use that word a lot implies, or at least, or in potentially in certain situations directly states a level of urgency that I don't believe existed. And that I said when people were thinking it was super urgent didn't exist. You know, Donald Trump shits on Gatineau. even Don Jr. does not like greasy gat. What? What's going on here?
Good evening. Stefan is off tonight. More on the record-breaking day in a moment, but we begin in Gatineau, where police say 2 people were arrested and charged following a confrontation over an illegal gathering at a home there on New Year's Eve.
Is there a Trump video of it? What does Trump say? I don't care. I'm sure that's what's happening in Gatineau. I'm sure. I didn't need any confirmation. This is insanity, and it's coming here soon if you don't wake the hell up. Oh, about the party being shut down. Oh, I see. That's very funny. Any opinion on the cop discourse? I mean, like, the lady that was killed or whatever, you know, I do think that cops killing people is bad. It just in general. I don't, do I have to feel sorry for her? Like, I don't know. What I will say though is that what is it? It is certainly not the case, and there was a lot of people that attempted to imply this, or maybe explicitly stated it. It is certainly not the case that how do I put this? That baked Alaska is a greater threat to your security or to the lives of human beings and etc. than the American security apparatus and the police. If you have to make a distinction there, which again, you probably don't have to, you like taking the side of cops is strange. Which is to say that you can actually, when there is a conflict, you can actually just say, you can actually just, you know, shrug and not participate in it. You don't have to take a side. And I don't know why you would take the side of the cops here. Especially, like, maybe if it was literally a fascist coup that was potentially going to work, and not just a bunch of Trump supporters who sort of didn't know what was going on and didn't have a coherent plan and showed up because their dad told them to. Maybe again, if it was like an actual coup that was threatening to, you know, take over the fucking world or take over the government, then maybe you might say, okay, well, I guess you prefer a liberal democratic system than an explicitly fascist one. But that wasn't the question. And that was evidently clear that it wasn't the question. So I don't know why you would explicitly take the cop side. Yeah. I don't know. But that being said, I'm not like, you know, like the which I think I saw the video and I saw like the description of it. The cop who killed that woman was like treating the perimeter as a hard perimeter, and the other cops weren't, where they're like, okay, well, if they come, we'll just go back. And so he just like shot into the crowd, which is, you know, it's like a cop thinking he's in a fucking action movie and there's like a horde coming. He was doing the shit that cops do. And you know, like, towards a crowd that is, tactical shit, towards a crowd that I'm far less sympathetic of than, for instance, the Black Lives Matter crowd when there was police brutality happening there, and that police brutality was on a much larger scale. But, like, you know, I don't know, like, saying that it's good, that feels wrong. I'm making an emotional argument here. So I guess somewhere in between, you know. You can hate both sides. Yeah. Yeah. And also to say that like the waking nightmare I've been having, and I know that this isn't gonna happen. So I didn't tweet anything about it because people are gonna say that I'm predicting this happens, and I don't think so. The waking nightmare I have is of a bipartisan Patriot Act where, you know, AOC signs it and then tweets out like, we got you, Cheeto terrorists. We're going to make it so we know your location at all times and we're going to get you. And I know that's not going to happen, but like, imagine if it did, right? I don't know if Biden wants to do another Patriot Act. Maybe he'll do like a smaller one, like a more subtle one. But yeah, like, you know. Also, the word terrorist, I think, is just like, I don't know if that's a good word to reclaim. Terrorist shouldn't function as necessarily a normative term, but simply like a group that is attempting to resist the state apparatus, which is how it's used. And so, like, I guess they're terrorists. I mean, although, you know, the cops were working with them quite explicitly. Was that video of, like, a cop, like telling the protesters to come in, you know? Like... Yeah, no, Enzo's right.
All cops are
Absolutely.
bad cops.
AOC 3 letters, CIA 3 letters, coincidence.
So true, never lucky. Thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, Enzo's correct. It's on my private account, but yeah, this is according to the whole account now. We need to come together. President-elect Joe Biden is addressing the country now. A normative term is one used with like a moral sort of weight. So if it's a normative term, that means that in this context that anyone who is a terrorist is bad. That's how it's attempting to be claimed. I believe the Republican members of Congress who incited this domestic terror act, which is again a good example of, like, you know, however clearly much better that
all cops are bad cops.
I am under Pelosi's desk still, but don't tell.
If you're in line to take a selfie in Pelosi's office, stay in line. Rafe Dubin, thank you for the 2 months. However, obviously much better progressive politicians are than non-progressive ones. Like, they're still going to use the language of terror and violence against the state apparatus when it's convenient.
Donald Trump shit his fucking pants.
Dr. Jibbles, thank you for the tier 3 sub for Marxist May. We love to see it. Thank you for the tier 3 sub, Dr. Jibbles. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Have you seen Liz Kush vlog? We can watch it. Use the tools you got, I guess, but that's a good example of how, like, left-wing politicians get subsumed into the state project when they attempt to do, like, reformism. Right? Where it's just like, well, yeah, of course I'll use the language of, like, this is a terror group, because it's beneficial for me. Anyways. So, you know, it's a nuanced ass situation. Which is, again, it is important. And actually another thing that's quite interesting. This. Coca-Cola. What happened in Washington, D.C. is an offense to the ideals of American democracy. If you needed any evidence of how less of a threat this sort of fascistic takeover is, then I think a lot of people believe it to be. It's this fucking tweet. Corporations don't want it. You think corporations think that they're like, we can do everything that we want in the current system, even as it, like, slowly decays and stops becoming as legitimate. Although legitimacy feels like the wrong word. No more water by empty buckets. Thank you for Jeff Bezos bucks. And it's far more beneficial than an explicit coup. Oh, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Talk about corporations, scam trains, so true. Speaking of... Redacted, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, they don't like democracy because it's of a moral thing. It's because it's more stable. To undo that is a great destabilization that is not beneficial. It's post-fascism. That's what it is. Honor Jones, thank you for 1,000 bits. All right, we'll do the lizard. We will do the lizard for a second. Oh, sorry, it's a bait. Sorry. This is fake. I'm sorry. Classic predatory behavior. Yes, Koga assassinated Unileaders, of course. They don't like democracy because they're epic and base. They like it because it's more stable and they can make more money. It's not a threat to their bottom line. You know, outside of their own country, not having democracy, installing a dictator that is, working under them, a banana republic, is great for them. But not in America.
All cops are bad cops.
Visa cards, thank you for the 7 months. Which means, I think, it's a good indication that if you are worrying far more about, like, a fascist coup than the damage that, like, Joe Biden could do, or even the damage the Republicans could do in the system, you should shift your worry. You should. Which is not to say that, like, fascism is the same as liberalism in terms of living under it. It's not. But it's more about, like, how is that actually going to happen? And how close is that to happening? What is the greater threat to people's lives? Stay tender. Thank you for the 100 bits. Am I gonna cover PogChamp being removed? I mean, I don't know. The dude is a pretty bad guy. It seems like his brain got broken during the pandemic, right? Tia Shannon, thank you for 100 bits. Why won't Banana Republic speak out? It is crazy that there's just a company called Banana Republic. That is crazy. I can't believe that I'm celebrating the censorship of a brave right wing. To be clear, that's ironic. I condemn the actions of Mr. PogChamp. Surtur, thank you for the tier 1. Grand Holy Emperor Brahm, thank you for the 500 bits. Stay tender, thank you for the 100 bits.
They just want to give the world a Coke posting sad.
Sad. The U.S. Capitol Police officer involved in riots. So many people... I'm confused about this. Space-Time Wonder, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. So the 4 people have been confirmed dead, right? Is that... Was it 5 now? Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. Do you think DC State might come out of this? What's the argument that it would? Skrilla Gorilla, thank you for 100 bits. I guess it's harder, because they're not a state, it's harder to deploy cops or something, or the cops are in a weird position. Is that it? 4 died, one of them was killed by a cop. One dude tased himself to death. Like, tased himself and then had a heart attack and died. Again, like, it's not even the Munich push. It's not even that. Like, it's not, the beer hall putsch was far more competent than this. Stop comparing the situation now to Weimar Republic. Stop it. Stop doing it. It's not the same. It's very, very different.
All cops are bad cops.
Game Quarter, thank you for the 9 months. Recommend the lizard instead. It's this, let me see. Oh no. I do not like that lizard. Bad. No. First is tragedy, then it's farce. Sure. Well, that's the thing. People are like, isn't it so... Thank you for timing them out, Maya. Thank you. Get their ass.
Posting vote.
Dank Techno, thank you for the 3 months. Like, people are saying, like, oh, you know, isn't it so bad? Isn't it so, like, scary how people are comparing it to the beer hall putsch? Doesn't that mean that they're gonna take power in 20 years? And it's like, that is not what you should learn from the beer hall putsch. That's not... The beer hall putsch, no objective analysis of the beer hall putsch was like, well, this is what did it. Without this, Hitler would not have taken power. It was the lowest point in the movement. You know, it was, you know, like, the idea, there were so many different contingent factors that were far outside of the beer hall putsch that happened not because of the beer hall putsch, but in spite of it, that led Hitler to take power. It's hilarious. Like, this is why people need to stop doing historical analogies. You get, like, historical analogy brains, and then you're like, well, this clearly, yeah, this is just like the Jin Dynasty, exactly. Like, do you think so you don't think they can rebuild with more smart leadership? Well, is that a question about the Republicans? Because that's an interesting, this is like Batman versus Superman, so true. Trump has lost the mandate of heaven, so true. Could not have said it better myself. The question is, like, did Josh Hawley lose his book deal? That's the woke mob at Simon Schuster. I love describing it as a mob the day after you actively emboldened a real mob. That's so funny. Incredible stuff. Folks, Hype Train, if you would like to contribute, there's 27 Tier 1 subs. They're all very cool. You love to see it, folks. I love how the word woke has been just so removed from any actual meaning. Oh yeah, a decade has happened in the last week, Doug Fair. It's 7 days into 2020. It feels like a decade. Will I be playing Rust? Probably later. Crazy stuff, folks. 15 seconds, Hype Train. It's so Kafkaesque how people use the word woke. What was that Elon Musk tweet? Like, bureaucracy is so Kafkaesque. It's like so cool, dude. King of Soup, thank you for the gift sub. It's like, you know, that is like a direct copy of my book report from grade 9 after reading the trial. Incredible stuff, dude. I have not beaten Cyberpunk. I'm sort of waiting for it to get improved, actually. I played like 15 hours of it or so. Anyways, yeah, I think this is a great indication of, like, why, like, oh, and we have to talk about the Q Shaman. Like, if you think of, like, in 30s Germany, and it's slightly different, of course. I mean, I'm just doing the thing I just told people to stop doing, which is comparing it to Weimar Germany. But, like, a fascist's rise to power is predicated on at least a tacit approval from the private sphere, from corporations, from, you know, it has to be. And this is a pretty direct indication that, like, companies are like, well, we don't want instability. We can do everything that we want in terms of exploitation as the system is now, and we don't want to shake shit up.
Posting hardened Q Shaman.
Izzy Deuce, thank you for the 4 months. And, you know, maybe that changes in 10, 20 years. We talk about a different situation. Maybe there is some, like, charismatic strongman, that's a funny Freudian slip, who actually knows what he's doing. to do like a fascistic sort of takeover. But that is like very far in the future. If we're talking about the status quo and what is perceivable from right now, there is a far greater threat to the lives of the lives of individuals, both in America and outside of America, in relation to causing mass death and, suffering and subjugation in the current system, than not then the potential fascistic system, but that it's so far away that you should really be concerned about dealing with what is happening now, far more than siding with the center to we have to fight the right. Of course we encourage the Patriot Act 2.0 and the police. We have to fight the coup.
Cops.
That is an incorrect analysis. Adra Malik Toss, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. And by the way, I know that there has been a general so with the Republican Party splitting, which I vaguely predicted, or at least I know I suggested it when I interviewed or helped interview Matt in the QA episode about what happens if Trump splits the Republican Party but over an aesthetic bullshit reason. Because you look at the Whigs, what the last American Party that sort of got destroyed, which again, it's super funny, the idea that it's the Republican Party that breaks and not the Democratic Party. That's hilarious, but that's a side note. If you look at how the Whigs split up, it was over slavery, an actual real issue, right? The Whigs of the South wanted it, and the ones of the North didn't. And so the party couldn't continue, and it collapsed. But what you could see in the Republican Party is a split over a purely aesthetic bullshit issue, which is that I like Trump, he's my dad, and he's funny, and I don't like the GOP. You see half of Republican voters, or a bit less than half of them, actively supported the march on the Capitol. 80% of them or whatever thought that the election was rigged. How the fuck are they going to support the Republican Party now? They all basically said, Biden's the president, and he's the president. He's going to be the president now. There's literally nothing that can stop it. I wonder if there are still going to be libs who are afraid of a coup still, because it's literally fucking impossible for them. He is confirmed legally. They did the vote. There's nothing else to do. But what else do I want to say about that? Yeah, so the Republican Party might split, but the response is the response to that is well, who would take Trump's mantle? Because Trump is a very significant world historical figure that sort of latched onto this sort of weird consciousness, this weird, probably a product of the Southern strategy and the legacy of the Republican Southern strategy, and the Tea Party, etc. The My Pillow guy, yeah. And I think the response is did anyone predict Donald Trump? Did anyone? It was a joke on The Simpsons where Lisa's presidency inherited a large amount of debt from the Trump administration. So how would we think? So the response of oh, well, how could there be a party? Maybe Trump tries to, but who could be a successor? Who would latch onto that? Who knows? The fact that we don't know is fine, because we couldn't predict Trump winning in the first place, or Trump existing in the first place as a phenomenon. No, not even who predicted him winning the presidential election. I'm saying in 2014 or something, who predicted that Trump guy, he could get into the political realm, he might be president. No one knew that. That was an absurd. If you predicted that, you were it's a ridiculous thing to predict. You predicted it. You saw all of it coming. Well, who do you think is going to be the replacement for Trump then? Who's the next guy? It's Keemstar. Keemstar did predict it. That's true. He did, actually. There's a Trump tweet from 2014 or whatever. Someone needs to, save it. It might be the My Pillow guy. Who knows? Dana White, I think someone suggested to me. I think that was Ray. That'd be funny. Yeah, there is a tweet from 2014 from Trump. And it's like a quote tweet. So previously, quote tweets would read out the tweet that you quote tweeted and then your response. Is this it? Did you find it? Yeah, like at Keemstar X, his old account. This is 2014. If Trump was president, middle class would make more money. I honestly think he could keep jobs in America. So true, easy. He did predict it. I will say, I will give Keemstar props. He was a Trump fan in 2014, which is every time I've gone over this like 4 times, I swear, on stream, but it's so funny. It's so funny. The fact that he, so I guess we have to ask Keemstar. We have to ask Keemstar, who becomes, who takes up Trump's mantle. But it's very possible that the Republican Party splits. And it's becoming more and more possible. This might be the event that solidified it. Because again, like, all of the GOP, even Pence, betrayed Trump or whatever. And said, we're done with him. And confirmed Biden. It might be Taylor Greene. Yeah. Well, how did she vote? I guess is she not in Congress yet? So she didn't have or is she in the Senate? Is she a senator? Yeah, she might be it. That's a good example. She's a House member. Okay. Cruz seems to be at least relatively on this side. She's not been on TV long enough. I mean, she is a force. Taylor Greene is a force. Like, she's gonna exist in American politics for a while. I was gonna say the response. Does that mean the Dems can split too? It does. Maybe we have some weird multi-party system. Although I don't think Ted Cruz would be the head of the system. I think he would dip to that party. Holly would do it. Holly doesn't have charisma though. Again, it's not the same. The Holly would be on this new party's side. It would be a part of the split where they realize, and this could happen in the midterm. Who knows? Crenshaw is staying. I think, with the Republicans because he immediately condemned the protests, right? And maybe he jumped ship. Who knows? Well, Flynn isn't a politician. Maybe he gets back into it. This is so funny. Punk is so dead. It's so awesome.
All cops are bad cops.
Kringashaw.
Crenshaw is so true. Big Juicy K, thank you for the 7 months. Am I gonna be on the server later? I think so, Prol. I think so. I might pop in. Did Chelsea reset it recently? We got a fresh start. Well, I've said this before. And this is I'm turning into, that TikTok of that person who's like, I academically studied punk, but like that punk sort of had, oh, she did? Awesome. Okay. I'll definitely play. Punk had this sort of like radical aesthetic, but it sort of just became an edgy aesthetic as opposed to like the sort of pre-punk, or sort of very early punk, which I guess sort of was. Yeah, it's weird that it's from the Dead Kennedys. That had this actual like, and the Sex Pistols had like actual anti-capitalist, anti-state politics, and then it just sort of became an aesthetic. And then as soon as it becomes an edgy aesthetic, that's how you get punk people wearing like swastikas and shit because it's like it's edgy. And that's how you get conservative punk people. But this is even worse than conservative punk, because at least for the conservative old white guys who are rich now and have become conservative because it's edgy. It's edgy. Like being a centrist Democrat isn't even edgy. It's the least punk thing ever. Even less punk than Trump. It's bizarre.
All
bizarre
cops
stuff.
are bad cops.
Live posting ha 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 ha.
So true.
Ha 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 ha.
So true. Thank you, Proletaire. Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for that. Yeah, is it the Sex Pistols that made the song Nazi Punks Fuck Off? And there's a reason for that, is because they were Nazi punks. Because they were like, oh, this is edgy and cool. No, it's the Dead Kennedys. Oh, that's funny. I mean, that's funny. That's very funny. And you know, because it's like they're all white guys and they're all rich now. It's not a surprise that a lot of them are like centrist or conservative, especially when their original politics were aesthetic. Billy Drillkill, thank you for 100 bits. Sex Pistols were posers. I don't know much about punk, honestly. That's my understanding of it. Green Room is a great movie. The Sex Pistols are the Nazi. Oh, is it someone else then? The Sex Pistols were plants. Okay, I can't. Again, this is where I'm like, I don't actually know that much about punk. Very early punk actually had sort of anti-capitalist anti-capitalist politic, right? I can't remember. Was that the Dead Kennedys? Which one? I can't. Again, I don't actually listen to that much punk. I have been listening to a lot of Whole Lotta Red though. Crass. The Clash. Okay, which is sort of punk. It's punk hip hop. It's very good. Hot take. Extremely good album. Oh, new Trump just dropped. Extremely good album. You gotta listen to it a couple times. But Whole Lotta Red is, I think, his best album. I think it's Cardi's best album. Jello Biafra is cool. He's the brains of the Kennedys. Oh, cool.
Begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol.
He called so now, you know, it's a what's my favorite song from Whole Lotta Red? I've been listening to On That Time a lot. No Sleep is really good. No Sleep is very good. Slayer is very good. Stop Breathing, which is a song, by the way. I'm not telling anyone. I don't know what my favorite song is, which is so funny. All the people that got banned for saying their favorite song on Twitter is Stop Breathing, because the thing picks it up and then bans you. New Neon is good. Control is good. Although Control has 30 seconds of DJ Academics at the start. Okay, anyway, sorry. We're watching Donnie. I'm sorry.
I'd like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol.
I wish I
could play it. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem.
That's so funny.
I immediately deployed the National Guard
and federal
law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied...
He didn't do it immediately. He actually, waited.
...the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay.
Oh, shit! Baked Alaska. Bad news for Baked Alaska. Bad news for Nick Fuentes.
We have just been through an intense election and emotions are high. But now tempers must be cooled and calm restored.
Because you know what happened? My explanation for this, to pause it again, is that Trump was basically told, was this a plea deal? Basically, yeah. He was like, you're going to go to fucking jail. And we're going to try you for treason or whatever. You're going to go to jail. You have to condemn them. And Trump is an individual that only has an ego, is only able to act out of his immediate self-interest, nothing else. So he's like, well, of course I'll ditch my supporters immediately. I'll ditch it immediately.
We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections.
I'm sure Q people think this isn't really Trump.
Now Congress has certified the results.
The only thing they could say.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people.
All right.
A menacing
We're gonna
pandemic
spend the
has
next hour
upended the
trying
lives
to
of
look at
our
what you
citizens,
people have to say about this.
isolated millions in their homes, damaged our economy, and claimed countless lives. Defeating this pandemic.
This is a deal for 2024 because if he's impeached, he can't run again.
And rebuilding the greatest economy on earth will require all of us.
Does he? I don't know. I don't think it's because he wants to run in 2024. I think it's because he doesn't want to go to jail. I can't read that message out, but he is literally saying, "Oh, you don't have to block that." I don't. He's literally saying words that he does not know.
It will require a renewed emphasis on the civic values of patriotism, faith, charity, community, and family. We must revitalize the sacred bonds of love and loyalty that bind us together.
His lawyer gave it to him and was like, "Is he blinking? Oh shit, he's blinking out torture in Morse code."
One national family. To the citizens of our country, serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime. And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay, that changes everything. Totally changing my analysis. Not of the protests, but of the Republican Party. Desrin, thank you for the 4 months. Because I was saying, there's going to be a split in the party. There might not be. What the fuck are his anti-GOP supporters going to say about this? Let's go on Parler. This is okay. Nick Fuentes last tweeted 1 month ago? Or last tweeted 12 hours ago. Let's see his Instagram. Or his Telegram. What the fuck? All these fake social media websites. Is Fuentes banned? He's banned on Twitch, right? I can't show a video of him. I don't have a Parler, but we can search up people's Parler and look at them. It's so funny. Nick Fuentes is younger than me. Oh, who else? What's the name of the Rittenhouse's lawyer who is tweeting out a bunch of stuff? Wall is a good one to look at. I'm gonna look at these off camera unless I find something good because I don't wanna. Who knows? Lin Wood, thank you, because he got banned on Twitter, but I'm sure he's on Parler. Because what are they gonna fucking... Or does he not have a Parler? Because what are they gonna fucking say, dude? How old is Nick? He's like 21, I think. Is Joam still on Parler? Yeah, no. What is Joam gonna say? Why can I not find... Why is it not showing up? I guess I should search it on Parler. Maybe I'll make a Parler account. This is such a funny... Like they're clearly just, it's like a thing of like, we're gonna appeal to a conservative. So it's like literally a fucking farmer in like overalls and a plaid shirt. This is like Loeffler trying to appeal to her like right-wing fans or supporters. All right, I'm gonna create an account. An email, a phone number? Jesus. This is gonna make it easier for me to look at this. Yeah, I think you need, they're not asking for my social security number, thankfully. I think you genuinely need to give it to them if you want to get a verified check.
All cops are bad cops.
Just signed up for left-wing Parler Doppler.
Doppler? Daisuke Michiha? I'm saying that wrong. Thank you for the 6 months. One thing about me is I don't know how to read. Skip. Follow active users. We got Tucker Carlson. I'll hit that. Are there any Q people they're recommending? I don't think so. Continue to parlor. Let's parley. Okay. President-elect Joe M. Here we go. What is he saying? 4 hours ago. Has not. So nothing from Joe M. Nothing from Joe M yet. Let's look at people Joe M is following to see their reaction. This is. I want to know so badly what the fuck they're saying about this. Because what do you do? If you are a Trump supporter, what do you do right now? And you I don't, their brains are gonna fucking break. Like, this is the moment. Nothing from this guy. Nothing from this guy. Oh, let's see what Liv Vod's saying. Nothing. Said something 3 hours ago. This person isn't saying anything. If anyone could find any fucking reactions.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh, let me go on my Ethan JS. Thank you for the 7 months. Because this is like I was talking about before, using the analogy of like the protesters are like a weapon that's the Donald is a good one to look at. It's a weapon that's being fired just randomly from the hip into the tree line at nothing. Just like, you know, incoherent worldview. But that is still dangerous. It's still, you know, a stray bullet can still hit someone. And these like individual desperate acts of violence. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Thank you for sending me some stuff. In those like individual acts of violence, people will die, or people could die. People can die. And that's bad. Obviously. It's not a coup. You know, there's not a civil war, but you know, I don't like it when people die, personally. Okay, first off, Trump didn't concede in that video. In fact, he didn't even mention Biden. Yes! A new administration could be the new Trump administration version 2.0. Our journey is just beginning. Still 2 weeks. Fucking Christ, the cope is so... Yeah, no, that's tough. I mean, yeah, that's all you can say, right? Okay, let's see. Message from POTUS. Indisputable. Okay. Don't get mad at Trump, get mad at the swamp. So again, you know, you could see that this would lead to like individual acts or like small terrorist cells. And I guess I'm using the word terrorist anyways. That try to fight against the government, but like don't. Oof. Trump gave up, move on, welcome to communism. So fucking true, dude. Although that sounded like a concession speech. He never actually said, I concede. I mean, again, like, this is really where their numbers are going to start thinning pretty hard. So, yeah, it's possible that the Republican Party doesn't split because of this. Maybe they just don't have a particularly strong, like, bounce back in the midterm. Maybe the Democrats hold the House and the Senate. Maybe that's literally all that comes from this. Because they lose the very hardcore Trump voters who thought that they... Did the president throw patriots under the bus? Patriots who walked through the front door of the Capitol, toured the building for 20 minutes and walked out, did not commit a crime. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think some of them... All I heard was our journey is just beginning. I think a lot of them might just be like... You know... I think a lot of them do believe he just gave up on them. Because he did. He threw them under the bus directly. Yes, sir. Like a journey into a social dystopia. Oh, please. So, yeah, another question is, what does Trump do after he leaves office? Because he might... It's starting to become... more, I guess, clear that he might actually go to jail than my prediction that they don't send presidents to jail even if they do crimes, after they're done, because that would create a bad precedent. That, like, specifically because of the march or whatever, like the getting your supporters to march on the Capitol is different than war crimes. It's not nearly as bad as war crimes, to be clear. But it's not something that other presidents do, so they can be like, well, he's different, so we'll send him to jail, but it's not a precedent. That could happen. It's time for Mitch McConnell to go. Now we know how the disciples felt when Jesus ascended into heaven. It's the Q connection, baby. The Jesus Q connection. He will return for his people. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, also, this is probably one of my favorite tweets. This is unrelated. You're watching CNN, you're seeing what anarchism looks like. Philosophy professor specializing in social and political philosophy. I just, academia is based on, you get a job if you're good at it. If you're good at stuff. That's how it works.
All cops are bad cops.
Like Bitch McConnell. So true. Thank you for the 9 months, Comrade Pingu. I'm sorry it censored you. Okay, r/conservative new. White House condemns violence at Capitol. I don't know because I can. There's probably nothing bad shown here. Nothing too new, actually. Let's look at the Donald. Another tweet I saw that was quite interesting was that this signifies the point in which, this signifies the point in which, like, the Trump sort of, Q adjacent and Q, right-wing people, stop explicitly liking police. That they view police as the establishment as well, because the usual element, and if you look at the podcast episodes that I've done, listen to my podcast, subscribe to my Patreon for $2 a month. When I describe QAnon, the trifecta of QAnon, the three things that relate to Q stuff is allegiance to Trump, allegiance to the military, and allegiance to police. That's the three things a Q person will have. And it seems like maybe that last one is going to stop becoming the case. So this one's pray for Trump is a post. I have to sign a catchphrase. Why would you... bicycles... Click on each image. Why do I have to... Hold on. People from the Donalds throwing Trump under the bus because he conceded. Yeah, I think a lot of people think that he betrayed them. Oh, here we go. Breaking. Message from President. There we go. No, I do think a lot of people just saw this. Am I going to play Rust? Yes, absolutely. I will play Rust later. Because you reset the server, right, Chelsea? So I'm excited to get a new start. Oh, I'm not going to sign on. I was gonna give a little upvote. Hold on. But I guess I don't have the Donald.win accounts. Fuck this video. Heinous attack, get fucked, seriously. Fuck Trump. Oh. Yeah. This might be it. Wow, okay. There's some that are coping, but I think most of them are like very interesting. I don't know. I mean, again, you can't predict what this means because the people who we're reading right now are irrational human beings. They are not. It's like I said this before. Oh, you didn't censor one of them, May. One of the K words. There's a 4chan user using an anti-Semitic slur on Donald Trump. Which is fine. I'm sure I could show that. I think it would be. The military left him. It's over. Do I even want to listen? Nope. He essentially sticks the middle finger to all the. Oh, the centipedes, right? Because they call themselves centipedes. I don't know why. Maybe was Hillary like the Trump supporters are like centipedes?
Cops. The Cheeto is vanquished. Posting vote.
Apple Trust. Thank you for the $4.20. There's a really funny I know Travis View from the QAnon Anonymous podcast said at some point that of the three hosts, the blue check journalists come to him most often to ask and to interview him about QAnon for their outlets, and all the time they ask him what do QAnon people think about this specific event? What are they going to think about this? And he's like, I don't know. I'm not in these people's heads. They're irrational. They don't think about things rationally. It's so it's impossible to guess. If you get it right, it's chance almost in a lot of contexts, at least. And what they're going to do about this, I don't know. It's impossible to know. There could be individual acts of violence, or maybe there'll be way less acts of violence now because they think well, what's the point of fighting? Or maybe some of them will become desperate. Maybe some of them will just become confused and continue living their life and not really understand things. And then maybe some other charismatic right-wing leader comes and they get swept up in that. Cucked out as expected. This movement was... Oh, okay, so here we go. Trump 2020. This movement was always about more than Trump. So now there are people who are thinking beyond it. America first will never die. So there could be some other party or pseudo party that develops. It's a movement, not a candidate, which is hilarious because it's a candidate. It's Trump. It's around Trump. The U.S. is no longer a superpower, meaning Europe countries can do whatever the fuck they want now. Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with being chained up in in Plato's cave, I continue to use this analogy because I think it works very well. Being chained up in the cave and making sense of the world by seeing shadows on the cave wall is that sometimes the shadows morph and move in a weird way because you don't understand the actual root causes of the things you're seeing. You have it's this one-dimensional sort of fake aesthetic view of it. So sometimes it changes and the shadows move in a way that you don't understand and you can't make sense of it. You can't hope to make sense of it. And and what happens after that, what happens when the shadows move in weird, scary ways that your fake worldview doesn't allow for, you don't know how that person's going to react. So, yeah, this is crazy. Oh, we got a lot of people in here. Yeah, this is... So I don't know what's going to happen. I think the least crazy thing to happen is just that the Democrats do a lot better than they would have in the midterm. Because there's a lot of disillusioned Trump people who think that the Republican Party abandoned him, or maybe even that Trump abandoned him, but they certainly don't want to go back to the Republican Party. And they just sort of stay out of it. Or maybe there are some that radicalize even further. It's a sort of a Waco thing, where there are these small, again, not to use this word necessarily normatively, but it does accurately describe, terrorist cells. Right-wing terrorist cells. But again, if they don't have a leader, and that's like the big thing. The only like head of the movement. I think I talked about this before, how it's like rhizomatic fascism, where like it congeals and moves through the internet and through like these sort of these increasingly obscure websites that are impossible or difficult to censor. Even on search algorithms, it's too complicated to keep people out of accessing them. And information sort of spreads in this weird decentralized way that it's hard to actually cut it. That the one thing that you can, the one head of the snake, the one element of this that is arborescent, so to speak, it's structured like a tree and not a rhizome, is Trump, is the leader. And if they disable that, you change the title? What do you want to change it to? If it's better for people, if it's more accurate to what we're talking about, that works. And all caps is fine. The Cheetos conceded once that's for you. That's a good title, thank you. That's good. Look, voting doesn't matter. Not like this. Yeah, I mean, that's the logical conclusion of what just happened. They rigged it and Trump conceded, right? If like Trump conceded, and like there's definitely going to be, as we saw before, people who are saying that Trump didn't concede, but he did. From coup to cope, absolutely. That's the end. No support. Hope for a new party is slim. Registered as an independent. Political parties are irrelevant. So again, I think that there may be a conceded effort to make a new party. But again, if Trump doesn't support it, and I mean, maybe now they don't listen to Trump. Maybe they really. I mean, Trump is like, the analogy is lame, but he's in his Fuhrer bunker right now. It's the Fegelein. What exactly is accomplished? Congress eventually reconvened and affirmed Biden as the winner. Literally, so true. Meanwhile, any criticism that the right had of Black Lives Matter protests has been thrown out the window. Terrible optics, branded as terrorists, gave the left more ammo to cry about the police and racial alienated. Do we have more ammo to cry about the police and racial injustice? I guess, because it's like, look at how biased they are. Is that the point? Alienated Trump from high-ranking Republicans. If Trump runs again, he'll be dodged by accusations of instigating sedition. Also, you could do what? Take some epic selfies in the Capitol, have a few laughs. I mean, that's correct. That's a correct analysis. That's a correct analysis. Yeah. Seems pretty correct. And again, like, that's why it backfired, but like, I think the storming of the Capitol is pretty spontaneous. And again, that's why I didn't like the use of the word coup. I mean, it's semantic, so I don't want the discussion to be about whether it's a coup or not. I think that's a stupid discussion. But that it wasn't a planned thing with a coherent plan. A planned thing with a coherent. It wasn't a planned thing with a coherent strategy. How about that? They just did it, and even if like, Trump of course tacitly supported it, and it seemed like Don Jr. uploaded that video of him actively celebrating it. It was the rally was planned, but what happens? I've heard autogol be used. That's like a Turkish term, right? Because the Turks have like 17 words for coup, for all the different types of coups, because there's been so many coups in that country. Yeah. But I think that my analogy of like, again, a weapon like sprayed randomly. The word, I don't care what the semantics about what it is honestly useless. Who cares? I don't think that helps. I really don't think that helps that much. Maybe you have to make up new words. That's sort of what the Turks did, right? They were like, well, this type of coup, this type of coup, this type of coup. What happens when the coup is done by the person who's still in power? There should be a new word for what happens. Stochastic sedition. That's cool. I like that, I guess. Is it a Spanish word? Oh, okay. Stochastic sedition is cool. Self coup, which is auto gulp or whatever. what was I gonna say? But yeah, like, you know, the continued,
all cops are bad cops.
like, there clearly wasn't a coherent plan to what they would do in the Capitol. The Lilytron, thank you for the 5 months. And it clearly directly backfired because the people who were doing it were, like, looking at shapes in the cave. Their worldview was entirely irrational and aesthetic. They did it because they thought Trump was really close to stealing the election, and he called on them. There's a good post by, what is her name? Fuck. She's a philosophy grad student. She yells, or, you know, I say this positively because it's good, like, yells at Kathleen Stock a lot. Why am I forgetting her name? She's one of my mutuals. Does someone remember? She had a good post about the woman who was killed by the cops. But the point I was trying to get at, and maybe I'll find it later. Climber? No. Is that, like, if you believe that Trump had some 6-dimensional plan and that it was all in the bag or whatever, it's Krista. Thank you. Shout out to Krista. She had a good thread about this, or some good. The woman that died. Here we go. So this is her Twitter account. January 6th, see you in D.C. Big protest rally in Washington, D.C. Take place at 11 a.m. Location details, stop the steal. No way in hell is President Trump asking millions to come to D.C. to watch him concede or lose. On my way, see you soon. This is the person who showed up. So if you believe in Trump, you're like, well, yeah, he's going to tip the scales. We just have to do what he wants. And then it's going to happen. And obviously Trump didn't have a plan because he's fucking stupid. But that's what people thought. But it was clearly there was no actual plan or coherent strategy. Trump was essentially, like, I guess maybe a better analogy is that Trump's supporters are a weapon metaphorically, and Trump doesn't have the capacity to aim at anything, so he's just spraying it randomly because he has nothing to do and he doesn't know how to, isn't able to see some plan. And the random,
I am this type of a joker
gunfire hits people, but it doesn't overthrow a government because it's too incoherent. It's too, let's look at this. So I guess we're done. The Republican Party, the Trump family. It's all over with it. It's all over with. It's just a shill. What happens now? Yeah. Yeah, it's basically what I'm asking. Do you think Sam Cedar is delusional to think Trump will face any kind of consequences? I think that his concession speech is a good example of the fact that he will. Oh, Shrimp Fried Dizzy, thank you for the gift sub. I think I missed that. It's probably good evidence that he probably will. Like, someone said that was a part of his plea deal. Like, yeah, probably. I do think he's probably going to face some sort of jail time for it. They might impeach him, which how long does impeachment take? Oh. Judiciary chairman calls for impeachment articles to bypass his committee and be brought directly to the floor for an immediate vote. Yeah, because if he gets impeached, he can't run ever, right? They could do it really quickly. Maybe that happens. Impeachment could take a day. That's the responsive Republican Party won't do it. I think a couple of them do. I do. I really do believe that. I think a decent amount of them might like, because a couple of them have condemned the protests. How long until media rehabs Trump? That's a good. I mean, Romney definitely would. I think you get enough. I do think you get enough. That's a very. They only need 17 GOP votes. They've all ditched Trump. The GOP, for the most part, has ditched Trump. There's a couple that continue to... And they've... I don't know. I mean, maybe they don't vote it. It's realistic, though. It's realistic, I'll say. Yeah. We can look at this. They realize the police won't protect them from these hogs. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the one of the ways you could explain it. Actually, what was I gonna say? Hold on, let me go back. Yeah, it's sort of, you can interpret it as like the Southern strategy. Also, you know, especially if he gets impeached, we gotta get a new layout here. Oh yeah, would if he got impeached, would that make Biden the 47th president? It says a lot about our society. It's like, you know, the Southern strategy and that type of Republican strategy that it continued from afterwards with like the Tea Party, etc. Them reaping what they sow. Because I'm sure, I mean, especially if you're like a person in Congress, I mean, like, think about Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is an evil human being. He's the darkest soul ever. Just, you know, when he dies, going to like the lowest level of hell. Done more harm than Trump, easily. He is smart, though. He is a competent individual. How is he feeling now that, and first off, you know, Trump lost him his majority seat. He's no longer the majority leader, or he won't be. He literally, like the lack of turnouts was what caused it. From the election fraud stuff is what the final nail in the coffin. How does he feel about that? And, you know, you see the video of people going up on the fucking roof. How long do you guys think? 19 to 24 months? Yeah, maybe. Probably. The video of like protesters going outside his fucking roof and trying to like is outside the part of his the part of Capitol Hill that his office is, and trying to like break into it to do who knows what. Like, how is he feeling about that? I'm sure that if you were a congressperson at that time, that would have been fucking terrifying. You know, like, do you just say fuck Trump? Because they've sort of done that with the vote. You can see there's the video of I don't know why I was about to call him Pelosi. It's a Freudian slip. Of Southern senator. Everyone thinks he's gay. He's Republican. There's Lindsey Graham. Of him being like, I'm done with Trump. I'm finally done. People are saying he is alleged to be gay. There are rumors. There's a video of him. I don't know if someone can pull it up for me. Jamie. You guys are basically just Jamie to my Joe Rogan. First easy, nice. Congrats. There's a video of him saying like, yeah, I'm done with Trump. Cruz is sticking with him. There are a couple politicians that are sticking with him, even if it's like sort of tacit. And like, they could help form the new party if it forms. It could form. Again, Matt Gaetz, another one. Had a hell of a journey, but it's enough. Yeah, thank you.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina.
Actually, you know what? The question of who is gonna stick with Trump is going to be answered in the impeachment vote.
Louisiana and Florida sent 2 slate of electors. They had 2 governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes
Is he saying Reconstruction is good?
A deal with these 3 states.
To be clear, like,
All
wow,
cops are
that's
bad
nice
cops.
of you, Lindsay. Smart kid, 1998. Thank you for the 2-1.
You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick.
He's making it a Christmas type
looking
point.
for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and
Bryn said Graham is against Trump impeachment. Okay.
John
we
Roberts
still have to watch the
is not
fishbone
going to get
thing.
you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. But
Okay.
today, we've had a hell of a journey.
I'll
I
play
hate
this.
other people have
We don't have to
objected.
watch the whole
I just
thing.
think it's a uniquely bad idea to
Have I
delay
been
this
debated?
election.
Oh, did you
Trump
subscribe?
and I,
Yeah, sorry.
We've
It's
had
fake.
a hell
I'm
of a
sorry.
journey. I hate
sorry,
it
it's
being
fake.
this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful.
Were they disappointed?
But when
Thank
the
you.
Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore could accept,
Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah, they're like pretty officially done with Trump. Maybe they won't
cops
impeach
are
him.
bad cops.
Time for some revolutionary reaction. 3.
Bluebird, thank you for the 11 months. That's possible. That's possible. The question is, how large is it? Because again, they don't even have a leader or a coherent goal. So I think most of them live comfortable lives, right? Most of the McMansion sort of. Oh, Fuentes tweet. Oh, is he mad? Oh shit. People were willing to die for this man, and he just threw them all under the bus. That's the only thing that's shameful about the events of the past 36 hours. I'm sure the usual suspects suggest this. Because this motherfucker is going to jail. He has a video of him pretending to call someone on Pelosi's desk. He got so cucked. He got so fucking cucked. Because he was calling for, like, Trump needs to pardon all of the patriots that helped him. And just like, nope, that's not what he's doing. It is. It's perfect. It's so perfect. I will say, I really do enjoy seeing it. That Trump is a purely selfish individual, and how he's going out is just totally fucking over his supporters. Totally just pushing them down to get any chance of, like, not going to jail or not being impeached or whatever as a result of this. It's so funny. Just that is it's a perfect account of Trump, right? Like, just totally pushing over everyone who stands in his way. And now it's the point in which, like, he's riled up his stupid fucking fans so much that, like, they stormed the fucking Capitol, and now it's in his best interest to push them over too. I will say, like, it's like poetic. There's something extremely poetic about it. The fact that this is how it ends. And I mean, fuck, if he might get impeached, then this is the end of his political career too. What the fuck is wrong with this? He could have gone into fucking history as the greatest leader of the... Well, there you go, dude. You literally just the Pepe sad. It's you know, the question of what the fuck they're gonna do about this. Oh yeah, I mean you see this too. So this is the other. This is the other, you know, which, you know, you shouldn't be able to tweet something like this. I guess it's a parlor. All peaceful resolutions have been exhausted. Just like openly calling for violence. So, you know, we'll have to see about the potential violence that happens from this. Because there will be some, I think. That seems clear. There won't be a civil war. There won't be an organized movement or whatever. It will be like sort of random mine is the wrong word, but like random smaller scale individual acts from Linwood has been calling for firing squads for like sporadic, yeah, that's the better way. Linwood has been calling for like firing squads for the past like 2 months, right? Let me look at his parlor. Let's look at what Linwood is saying now. Because it took them a second to process it. These are Linwood fan pages. Does Linwood not have a parlor? Can someone link me Linwood's parlor? Which is so funny that it's parlor. Like not parlay. Stochastic reactionary violence. Yeah. Is this parlor? Is this Linwood? Oh wait, what is this? The scene in Washington is a complete disgrace, but spare me the confected outrage from Corbyn supporting hard left. With their support for terrorists like the IRA, totalitarian dictatorships. It's so cool, like the things that the projections that come from this event. B for Sutherland, thank you for the 4 months. And it's a Brit too. Ex-Labour MP. This is Corbyn's fault, surely. Like, it's so funny though. Like, Boris Johnson is your prime minister, and you look at these events and you compare them to Corbyn. Like, okay, dude, damn. That's crazy. Why the fuck do they think they managed to breach the house so easily? Oh, so this is someone who, by the way, is Norwegian. I don't. Rena Ramon, thank you for the 5 months. Handing him miles and miles of rope to hang himself. Why the fuck did they think they managed to breach the house so easily? Ott Costin was a master of recognition, one who's already disgraced. So that theory is that they let them go into the capital to make Trump look bad. Or is that Norway? One of the... because again, like the way that right-wing people typically see the world is through these sort of grand narratives that are easy to understand, in which there's a clear good guy and a clear bad guy, in which everything is perfectly intelligible. And even after QAnon is not a thing anymore, they're like, well, I need to do that. That's how I understand my world. Let's see. House Democrats eye quick impeachment vote if Pence rebuffs attempts to remove Trump from office. So what is this?
Because yesterday, the President of the United States incited an armed insurrection against America. The gleeful desecration of the U.S. Capitol, which is the temple of our American democracy.
I like the analogy of temple, because it does imply that it is like a religion.
And the violence targeting Congress are horrors that will forever stain our nation's history. instigated by the President
Oh,
of the
Liv Vod
United
has not
States.
tweeted recently.
That's why it's such a stain. In calling for this seditious act, the President has committed an unspeakable assault on our nation and our people. I join the Senate Democratic leader in calling on the Vice President to remove this President by immediately invoking the 25th Amendment. If the Vice President and the Cabinet do not act, the Congress may be prepared to move forward with impeachment. That is the overwhelming sentiment of my caucus. And the American people, by the way. Justice will be done to those who carried out these acts, which were acts of sedition
Linwood
and acts of
on
cowardice.
Twitter, not Parler.
To those whose purpose was to deter our responsibility,
I wonder if Pence does
you
it.
have failed. You did not divert the Congress from our solemn constitutional purpose to validate
Have a prediction going on Mike's channel about whether Pence will invoke the
the
25th.
overwhelming election
I don't think he will. Maybe.
of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as President and Vice President of the United States.
He already said no. Yeah, he won't. Yeah, I doubt it.
Washington is still.
We don't need to. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he will. I think it's still very possible that he gets impeached. Haberman said. Haberman. This is the final final capacity that Haberman has of being like a serious reporter. Because she basically just like got in bed, or was like metaphorically with like the Trump and with right wing people to be able to report on it. Yeah, literally a pop reporter. She's like, if I'm nice to Trump, he'll tell me things and I can report them, and then people will know my name. Pop reporter is a great way of putting it. 2/3 of the House and the 2/3 of the Senate are required. So it's definitely, I think it's pretty clear Trump is going to get impeached insofar as it'll go through the House, right? The question is, will it get through the Senate? While referring to female reporters getting in bed with male politicians. Yeah, it's Gamergate 2.0. Okay. Sure. Lil Wayne Kodak Black reportedly included on Trump's pardon list. Okay. Is this like Trump wants to like look good to the black community? I genuinely. Oh yeah, the weird Nazi thirst post stuff is very strange, I will say. Yeah, I know Wayne is a Trump supporter, so I guess that makes sense. It is very funny to see people being horny for the Q shaman. And it's good to know, it's also very funny to see like Lin Wood and others calling the Q shaman like Antifa, like undercover Antifa. Because it's like, he's been going to rallies for a while. Like, QAA has been covering him for a decent amount of time. Julian took a fucking picture with him. That was from like October. Horseshoe theory confirmed. Horseshoe theory confirmed. The far left and the far right. Yeah, because he like shows up to like every rally. He's a bizarre individual. Not Julian. The Q shaman. Yeah, it's. I mean, that was just. I remember I saw some thread by like. I don't think it was particularly that high a follower count of someone being like mad at Julian for like, because he has a couple like ironic photos or whatever with Q people because they like cover rallies, but it's like, come on, really? You can't just. It's an ironic photo, really, like with the Q shaman. Anyways, Well, because QAA covers like rallies, like right-wing rallies or whatever, and so you're like, can I get a picture? You know, they didn't go there. No. Q Shaman has been to a bunch of rallies. He goes to like a bunch of none of the QA people were at the thing. The Q Shaman has been to a bunch of right wing rallies. They went to one the QA covered one in Arizona. And he was definitely there. He goes across the country like, you know, doing whatever shit. Where was Liv yesterday? Says a lot about our society. This isn't me. Please stop spreading disinformation. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get sued. I'd like to formally apologize. But yeah, it's very funny. It's funny, okay? Don't come on. He's really mad. They said he was Antifa. Oh, this isn't. Yeah, it is weird to be like horny or whatever for right wing people. It's strange. I don't. Whatever. Anyways. QAA stands for Queer Anarchist Antifa. Yes. No, it stands for QAnon Anonymous, a podcast that I am frequently contribute to. What else? Is there? Does the Q Shaman have like a parlor or something? Jake and Jelly. Oh yeah, I recently did a QA episode. I reviewed a book called The Jesus Q Connection. Here's the Q Shaman's Twitter, USA Wolfpack. Oh, I sort of Mr. Wood, because this was about a post from Lynn Wood calling him Antifa. Mr. Wood, I'm not Antifa or BLM. I am a QAnon and digital soldier. My name is Jake, and I marched with the police and fought against BLM Antifa in Phoenix. Look up OAN's coverage of July 4th rally in Phoenix Capitol. I was standing against the BLM mob, outnumbered but unfazed. Look it up. So yeah, I mean, it is funny, and this is, I guess this makes sense. How easily a lot of these people's opinions are altered by, like, either Trump intervening or Lynn Wood or someone they view as important saying that an event was bad. Because I'm sure most of these people thought that the rally was cool until, you know, Lynn Wood said it was bad. And who knows what they fucking think now? Like, I'm just looking at this account. One of the dudes who replied and said that the Q Shaman was Antifa, and he just retweeted the last video. So I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, let's see. PJW, what is... Nothing. A cop just died? Yeah. What happened there? Do we know? Prosecutor signals Trump's role in Capitol riots is under scrutiny. One thing said Q Shaman is CIA plants. I have to subscribe to a fucking... But yeah, here's the headline is prosecutor signals Donald Trump's role in Capitol riot is under scrutiny. That's the like, Trump will probably go to jail. That's very likely. Because again, like when I was saying before, is that there's no way they would send Trump to jail. They couldn't. Like, what precedent would that cause? You know, that's the reason why they didn't send Bush to jail after he did war crimes. But this is different because it's like inciting a riot or inciting insurrection on Capitol Hill. So they can say like, oh, well, it's not like the war crime stuff. It's different, and so we'll charge him for it. I think this is a specific issue where Biden would not pardon Trump. And I think that's why we can watch the Trump video again. I think that's why he said this. It's like a part of his, someone said in the chat, it's a part of his plea deal.
Modern atheists?
Oh, oops. Yeah, we can look at this later, but I think we should continue to.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem.
The line is literal sedition,
I
I guess.
deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. America is and must always be a nation of law and order.
New fireside chat with Dennis Prager.
Who infiltrated the
Let's
Capitol
go.
have defiled the seat of American democracy.
Is Prager, no, we'll watch this. We saw it before, you guys know. He's like, is Prager banned on Twitch? He's not banned, right? I just want to check. Dennis is not banned on Twitch. I don't want to get banned by association. Okay.
They talk on their behalf to gain power.
Awful audio.
Care less about them.
Let's
what
see.
do I say? Rowan, 15 in Michigan. What do I say to the liberals in my social media who call this domestic terrorism? Just ask them, did you call all of the riots this summer with far more destruction of property and far more looting? Did you call that domestic terrorism? If you call that domestic terrorism, then call this domestic terrorism.
Do you call it that?
If you only call domestic terrorism what?
So he's saying it's domestic terrorism?
A year Republicans do versus what was done daily by leftists, then you don't care about truth and you don't even care about domestic terrorism. You care about hitting the right. So your interest in truth or morality is zero.
What is he gonna say? I need some truth bombs.
Eliana, 18, Montclair, California. What are your thoughts on people accusing Mike Pence of being a traitor? I'm confused as to what was expected of him as president of the Senate. It is my understanding that his only constitutional role was to preside over the session. He didn't have the ability to do anything else. That is exactly right. If there's been a more loyal vice president to a president for 4 years than Mike Pence to Donald Trump,
Let's look at the start. Let's look at the start of this.
But this is live. It's happening as you watch right now because of the importance of the events that have been taking place in America. And people have wondered what I might say about it. Of course, I talked about it on my national radio show today. But this is of extreme importance, and so we have decided to postpone the fireside chat that I made for today's release.
It's so funny that he does fireside chats.
So it's divided into 3 parts.
Like instead of FDR, it's like
into 3 parts.
Coke funded.
And then I'm going to take your questions spontaneously as they come in. And 3 parts are a reaction to what happened at the U.S. Capitol yesterday, comments on the reactions to what happened, and the general state of the country that would have such things happen.
What I honestly predict is he's going to say
let's begin
nothing.
with my reaction to what happened. It was awful. It was immoral.
Oh,
so wrong,
he's condemning it.
And it
was he's like
a stupid. Yeah. And
so this is again so I keep going back and forth about whether there's going to be a genuine actual split among American conservatives, and because there clearly is a group of people who thought that it was really good, and then there are clearly a group of people who are like, well, Trump's a liability now. Yeah, he's like a paleocon. Although, no, I wonder. I think paleocons would probably generally more favor Trump than... The Q community is doubling down. I think some of them are. I think they're getting smaller and more sort of fanatical.
It's difficult to use such adjectives. There's no doubt that there are people there who meant well, but as I've always said, intentions really don't matter. It's what you do that matters. Everything that these people...
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable. It's inevitable. This is what, Croatian excellence? No, it's not Croatia. Is that Paraguay? I'm awful with maps.
Wanted to achieve, the opposite happened. The country takes the idea of there having been fraud in the election less seriously, not more seriously.
What
Republican senators and representatives who were sticking their neck out to make the case for there being the likelihood, it's not definite, it's not proven,
That's
but
Croatia?
the likelihood of fraud, they were undermined because they were simply removed from the ability to even make the case. Because the mob that took over the U.S. Capitol pushed them aside. There are a whole host of consequences unforeseen because of what happened at the U.S. Capitol.
Actually, it could be either Paraguay or...
A few minutes ago, if I'm not
they're
mistaken,
very similar.
Announced that Joe Biden had won the election. I don't know if he would...
I will say I was... Both Paraguay and Croatia are good guesses.
Have done that
So good job,
if in fact there were not the mob at the U.S. Capitol.
No, that's Paraguay.
See, it's very hard when you're passionate.
Right? Because look... Sorry, this is the dumbest discussion. There's the Croatian flag, and then here's the Paraguay. In the Paraguay flag, the thing is only in the white area. Whereas this, it's not. And this, it's only the white part. Right? It's Paraguay. Okay. I just wanted to know.
Not to be guided by passion.
I had to know.
That's the way it works. It's true for people on the left. It's particularly true for people on the left because the left is all about emotion. And yes, this is an example of it being true for people on the right.
It's easier to do entryism to the Republicans. Yeah.
What could you possibly think good could happen from smashing the windows of the U.S. Capitol? It's bad enough when people smash windows at the local Target, but to do it at one of the most important buildings in America, that's where the Congress of the United States meets. That's a pretty drastic thing to do, to smash in those windows and invade it.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there was a real coup somehow, which I don't even a competent Trump in this political context, I don't think could have done a coup. Maybe could have moved closer towards a coup that would happen in 10 years or something. But they would all be lining up, of course.
It was invaded.
It's opportunism. Opportunism. There we go. I pronounced it right. That's all it is. Because Trump is a liability now.
What the thinking was, I know.
The question is though, like, because the respectable, quote unquote, respectable conservatives, which I don't even know if that's Dennis, are treating Trump as a liability, throwing him out, saying, I can't believe he would have done that. But there are still a core fan base, there really are fans, that just want Trump. And we're like, well, he got betrayed.
Callers to my show who told me, oh, well, there were Antifa people.
Although they might stop doing that now that he officially conceded
who
and condemned the protests.
Even if there were, and I've thus far seen no evidence of it, even if there were, that doesn't explain why anybody there for the rally for the president would have followed them. Right? It's irrelevant. If they were Antifa, if every single person in the mob was an Antifa person, that would matter. But they weren't, so it's pointless. It's not an argument that matters. There are people who mobbed it. Now, I want to give some perspective. There were, I don't know the number, but a vast number of people at the rally with the President of the United States and for the President of the United States. Like all conservative right-wing rallies, it was peaceful. I mean, genuinely peaceful. Not peaceful in... Okay.
He's not going to say anything particularly interesting. He's just going to say nothing. Which isn't a surprise. What's therapy? Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, we can go back to the Donald now. The Donald.win. I like how you have to like do a catchphrase or however you pronounce them to get into the Donalds. Here we go. It's the mods are compromised. Breaking message from Donald Trump. We can look at this. One more step to live every single one for us for years, but he is just a man. I will never reconcile and move forward with the left or the worthless conservatives after I've seen. There will never be peace. That's the thing. Like, I wonder, and I think this group might just dissolve if there isn't any actual people to lead them, because that's always the case with fascism fundamentally. But will there be people that try to lead him, or try to lead them? Because it's clearly like, I'm sure opportunists will do so, right? They need a strong man. I will be officially living under an illegitimate government. The military left him. I think we already read these. Yeah, I mean, now they're doing these things. Which, again, how could you do that Trump literally just condemned the like illegal thing. Voting doesn't matter. Yeah, you need a dad. If you're like a fascist, you need like a daddy, basically. It's, you know, this is the point of anti-Oedipus, Deleuze. It isn't, but it sort of is. Do I even want to listen? One man stood above the rest and he paid dearly. Don't watch It's a Concession. Goodbye, America. Don't quit. Game over, folks. Fun while it lasted. Incredible. That's the end. No support. Hope for new party. Slim. Is there a new Fuentes tweet? This is hilarious. I mean, he's like, oh, fuck. I mean, he's fucked. Fuentes. He's fucked. I understand why Tucker didn't stick his neck out for Trump during Sub Steel. People who stick their neck out for Trump always seem to wind up with their heads cut off. Well, I guess that's you now. Which it's more just like, do not despair when everything is going real well. Going real well. Real well. Going, it's super. What is Keem doing? I don't understand this. So this is the Fuentes tweet. And Keem says, ha ha ha, cry more. Keem is a day one. I can't believe he would betray. Wait, let's see this.
Do we like dick? Yes.
Sleep Sonic Titan, thank you for the gift sub.
Just so we're on the same page, earlier today, the FBI said...
Keem isn't banned from Twitch, is he? He seems like a guy that would get banned from Twitch. He's not? No, he's not.
They are looking for the identity of the people that stormed the Capitol building yesterday. So I remembered I saw Baked Alaska, an in-real-life YouTube streamer. He's banned now. But basically, this in-real-life streamer would start fights with innocent people on the street, and as soon as they want to defend themselves and fight back, Baked Alaska would mace them and run away like a bitch. So I don't like Baked Alaska. Have no respect for him. And he was one of the people that stormed the
Keem is such a fucking weird
Capitol
person.
building yesterday, and he live streamed the whole thing on DLive. Him going into the Capitol building and him in Pelosi's office on her telephone.
Which is also super funny that like the people who hate Nancy Pelosi the most in this whole fucking country, they have access to her office and they just take selfies pretending to talk on her phone. That's it. Like
saying that he was calling Trump. So when I saw this tweet from the FBI, I responded by saying Baked Alaska was one of the people in the Capitol building. And that's when Baked Alaska's good friend, Nick Flutie, or whatever the fuck his name is, responds back to me that, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he basically said that I was like a slave to YouTube. I was a slave to Susan Wojcicki. That I didn't have balls like Leafy to get myself banned. Talking all this types of fucking nonsense. And if you go to the guy's fucking page, he's literally supporting people storming the Capitol. All right? He thinks, the government's being overthrown by the Democrats, and he doesn't respect the courts or nothing. He thinks Donald Trump won the election. He's an extremist person.
Oh, so he's off the Trump train.
But now we have Trump. We have Trump coming out and saying that the people that stormed the Capitol building yesterday are fucking criminals that need to be brought to justice. We got Trump himself saying that the people that stormed the Capitol building aren't American. Very anti-American. That's not what we stand for. Oh my God. Look at you out there fighting a fucking war. Your buddies are storming the Capitol. You're talking all this shit on Twitter when Trump himself, your fucking leader, it doesn't agree with you. It's fucking hilarious. Big fucking L on your head. This is the problem with extremists. You do extreme shit and you fuck up.
I will say that is very funny. I didn't expect Damn, Nick Fuentes, that's a big L for you. I didn't expect Keem to be on, like, I don't even know if that's the right side, but far more correct of a side than I guess I would have expected. Yeah, it's very funny. It's very funny. Like, it's very funny that Fuentes is gonna go to jail now. Just objectively speaking. Let's look at some more of the Donald. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is like the next couple days are people who are gonna go to jail in a video game. No, I can say that someone's going to jail. That's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not even illegal to call for someone to go to jail because that's legal. The jail is the way that Fuentes is going to jail. 100%. He fucking recorded himself in the thing. Like, like there is a thing I said before again about how it's like I'm not gonna like cheer on police violence or brutality, even in its minor context, especially in a context like this where there was no possible hope for the protesters to have done a coup. But I'm still allowed to find this funny. That's the nuance. I'm still allowed to say it's very funny. So yeah, this is a sticky post by one of the moderators about how it's like you have to keep going. Imagine if the first American Revolution ever just threw in when the Articles of Confederation didn't work. In what universe is this just the beginning? The Democrats have the White House, the House, the Senate. You still think we have a voice? He started a movement surrounded by hyenas. Oh, fuck. Who thinks he conceded? A new administration without Pence. That's got to be the funniest cope. A new administration without... So they're like, Trump's new administration is like, he's going to have like, Flynn as his vice president or something. Enough of this LARPy shit. Okay, Doomer. Oh, that's so weird. It's like all of the words that we use on Twitter, but they're fascists are using them too. Enough LARP shit. Okay, Doomer. One of them saying the other one is LARPing, the other one accusing them of Doomerism. Yeah, it's very strange. No one threw in the towel. Nothing has changed. Where did he throw in the towel? It's splitting, but like again, like there's literally no way that Biden won't be the president now. And so he's going to become the president. And the people who are like, he didn't throw in the towel are going to turn into the people who are like, it's over. Is there... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, this is because, National Suicide Prevention Hotline. But then they have, like, the crying Wojak. So it's like, are you making fun of the people who need to call? What's the point of that? Like, are you owning the people? It doesn't quite make sense. Okay. What else is there? We can... So I think we have a pretty good handle on the very immediate responses for this. Yeah, why put it there to begin with if it's like their attempt at gallows humor, I guess. How long have they? I'm sure they've had that there for longer than today, right? I guess we've sort of gotten a feel for like most of the. This is a good post by Matt. Tonight is the night Donald Trump became president. I guess we've sort of gotten a feel for the early responses to Trump conceding, which is the very few who are like, it's not a concession, it's still time, we can still fight, he's not giving up, never give up, trust the plan, which are very few at this point, and then everyone else who is like, oh, I guess it's over, and then a couple people who are like, the movement will continue to go on. Oh, hey Gareth, how's it going? I'm assuming that's too specific of a name for that not to be who I think it is. That's very funny. I'll hit you with the diamond. Sure, why not? What was I saying? Oh yeah, that there's a couple people who are like, well, we keep fighting. You know, we keep going even if. Check logs. What are logs? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, that's definitely you. What was I gonna say? I have a very small brain. It gets sidetracked and I can't get back on track. There are a couple of people who are like, well, the movement is beyond this. Oh, the chat logs, I see. The movement is beyond this. It's not just, we keep fighting even without Trump, even though Trump betrayed us. He's only a man. But those people are probably not going to continue doing that because they don't have a person. They need a dad to, like, you know, I can't use the S word because it's apparently that's problematic. They need a father to, like, revolve all their actions around and listen to them. They'll find a new dad. Will they though? Like, who is it? And the response is like, well, you know, we didn't know Trump was going to happen. He came out of nowhere. So maybe the next person will come out of nowhere. In 2014, no one except Keemstar knew that Trump was going to be like the president. It was only Keemstar. It was just Keem. That usage would be TOS. I guess it would. That was the only one. Maybe one of the Proud Boys. But again, that is a very different situation than what I'm predicting. I'm predicting a split in the party, you know. Taylor Greene is possible. I think Taylor Greene, if there's a new party, she's a part of it, definitely. Bill Mitchell. Was he? Was Bill Mitchell like a 2014? I think Hawley is a part of the new potential movement. Alex Jones is a part of it. It's not Tulsi. No, it's not Tulsi. It's sort of hard to predict because they're irrational human beings. There is no, you know, if you see the world in an entirely irrational way, then it's impossible to know how someone's going to react to a thing because it's not rational. You don't share a common, like, connection to the world. So maybe they split, maybe they don't. I don't think Tucker Carlson wants to be president. I think he's fine being like a fascist demagogue or whatever. I don't even think Trump can. I think Trump's going to jail, and I don't think you can be a politician if you're a felon. Is that correct? No, it isn't. Maybe is it if you're a felon, can you not be a president? I guess that's. What are the rules? What are the rules, chat, in America? How does that work? So I guess in some sense, you know, it's dumb to predict it. It's not Trump Jr. Can someone find that video of Trump Jr. recording Trump celebrating the protest yesterday? Trump Jr., they don't even like him now, and he's their dad. Like, they don't like Trump Jr. now, and Trump Jr. is their, like, stepbrother, you know? Their dad's like kid from a previous marriage sort of thing. He has negative charisma. They hate him. So he's, you know, it's Kimberly, it's his girlfriend, yeah. They don't even hate Eric Trump. They don't think anything of him, I think. I guess you can run from jail, yeah, because, what is it? Debs did that? Yeah, that's true. Here we go. This is wild. And I don't know, there might be... Yeah, there's probably... TOS. This is, I'm hearing it. So it's Don Jr. recording, and he just, like, said Kimberly or whatever. His girlfriend. But it's a party. Like, look at him. He's like, woo. He's celebrating. He's so happy. It's Gloria. Great song. It's a bop. They're ecstatic. Yeah, I think Trump's going to jail. I think this is what did it. You have to be a natural born citizen. Okay. Well, impeachment's still on the table. Which, for what crime, though? Related to this. You know, inciting sedition, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, treason, something like that. Biden would not pardon him for this. He's saying, I think we're T minus a couple seconds. Check it out. Tune into the live stream. It's Mark Meadows. He's calling Mark Meadows a minor. Kimberly is saying you should do the right thing in fights. I like how I have to transcribe this because of the TOS music or DMCA music. Kimberly is terrifying, yeah. So yeah, they're having a good time, they're chilling. What has Don Jr. said? Let's look at the Donald Trump Jr. Yeah, I can run. I'm gonna overturn the rule. Oh, he just retweeted his dad. Oh, he condemned it. This is wrong and not who we are. Be peaceful. Use your First Amendment rights. Me reaping. Woo! Me sowing. Fuck no. Why? Yeah, it's super funny. It's super funny. I guess that's all that you can really say about it. I got it backwards. Our conservative are now spinning that he didn't say he'd transition. Oh, I've never... I wonder how our conspiracy is doing. Because that sub has been, I think, explicitly taken over by, like not quite neo-Nazis, but, like, very close. Like, there are mods there. Yeah, I don't... There's nothing too much, actually. The one thing I will say, here's the thing they say. It's an excellent time for Trump to say fuck it and declassify everything. JFK, 9/11 aliens, Italy Gate. I love how they're obsessed with Italy Gate now. That's the new... Okay. So nothing too interesting there. They don't really know what to make of this. Italy Gate is the idea that this obscure Italian politician, not obscure, but like some Italian politician like collaborated with Obama to steal the election. It's like, it's so absurd. Let's see. Here we go. Here's the Trump announcements. Okay. Oh, fuck. Which button? What's up with that cut at 127? I don't think I've seen a presidential speech where the camera cuts away. It's like they just cut. I've done more speeches like this. If he had done more speeches like this, he would have won. Doing this a month ago would have helped. It's about time. This will go over well. Oh, and then we have the graveyard. I don't even. Okay. So I think most of our /conservative are like not Q people. They're like the respectable conservatives. He never said transition to Biden administration, just to a new admin. Yeah, that's not. I think they deleted all the ones that were calling for violence, probably. Yeah, I mean the cope levels are. There are two types basically. There's cope and despair. That's the only thing that Trump people are feeling. And it will go entirely into despair when Biden is sworn in. Oh, one of their officers didn't die. Although some officers were injured and hospitalized, no USCP officers have passed away. Huh. So it was 3 people that died? One person was killed by a cop, was shot. One person tased themselves and then had a heart attack. It's still 4? Oh, okay. What are all the situations? One person tased themselves to death by accident and then had a heart attack and died. One person fell off a scaffolding. One was shot by a cop in the neck or something. Cope, despair, and Kofifi. So true. And then one of them had a heart attack as a result of a flashbang. I see. Or who knows? I guess Chat can just fucking say anything. That sounds accurate. Was someone got crushed by a crowd? 5th person just died in the hospital. Okay. We can watch a bit of this. One died of a freaking Cheeto overdose. It's a recent Matt Christman vlog. Although not updated to Trump resigning, but it'd be nice to hear. We probably won't watch all of it. But always interesting to see takes. From the Kush.
Blood stain the sand and the water. And how in that hell that we called Sulphur Bay, we were butchered like lambs at the slaughter.
So yeah, basically there's nothing you can know about what's going to happen.
He was ready, he'd primed himself well.
You can't, because the people reacting are irrational.
Bullets, and he rained us with shells. And in 5 minutes flat, he'd blown us all to hell. Nearly blew us right back to Australia. Got some sun coming through the window here.
It's angelic.
Probably look weird.
Maybe he sort of does look like Iglesias in this shot.
Probably look weird.
Because it's blurred enough.
Maybe I should go against here so it's less weird looking.
Iglesias had some takes, didn't he? Better? People were making fun of him. Oh yeah, he said like, "Oh, defund the police." Well, what would have happened if the police were defunded here? Implying like if the police had like literal fucking tanks, that they wouldn't have just let the protesters in, as they did. Like the problem is that the police aren't funded enough, and not that they are unable to do the job that they're ostensibly supposed to do.
Not in the toilet, as some have said. Must have stipulate that.
They would have let Nick Fuentes take a selfie in one of the tanks. That's what would have happened.
Wow. So shit's popping off, huh? Holy mackerel. Man, I knew they were going to take it hard, but I have to admit, I thought that once the cops shut up, that they'd back down. But then we saw it happen. And that's the thing to remember about this.
Liv supporting austerity. I am pro-austerity and against unions in relation to cops. Yes.
Cops, let them in. That's the important thing. This is not a situation where some force just proved too powerful for the state. Where the mechanism.
I think he likes my thread about this, so I'm assuming we're on a similar wavelength
by concentrated human effort. No, they let him in. And why they let him in is probably a variety of factors. A lot of it probably just being that because these are people that cops are not trained to dehumanize. They treated them like human beings.
Yeah, it's just like some of your guys.
And so you can't treat people like human beings if you're going to really dissuade them from doing something they want to do. Like, if you really want to people stop a bunch of very angry people from doing something they want to do, you have to disabuse them of it with violence. And you have to be willing to do that. And they weren't willing to do it. That's one explanation. And that's, I think, probably on a micro level, part of it. But I think also, there's the idea that the cops are essentially also rioting. They're not happy that Trump lost either.
Yeah, they are Trump supporters too.
Letting them in is sort of their way of contributing to the demonstration and signaling their unhappiness. And then, of course, you can go full tinfoil hat and say, well, they did it so that this could happen. Because I have to say, if I was the deep state, whatever you want to define that
if it's
as,
like it's a
if
conspiracy.
I was like the elements within our
we saw
government
that take on
that are
4chan,
seeking
right?
to maintain the current system and
I don't think
are
it's that competent.
most aware of what that entails, as opposed
that would
to
be
being
some cool
ideologically
8D chess.
Entrapped by their own
Anyways,
bullshit like Trump people are. Something like this is ideal. You have an incident here that has disciplined both sides perfectly. Because for anyone on the left, the specter of this...
Oh, sorry, this is so funny. So this was... haven't spoken to people who were knocking on doors in Georgia trying to get the vote for Purdue and Loeffler. And they said that one thing they heard consistently from Republican voters was they were not going to vote because the system was rigged. So fucking funny. So fucking funny. Trump being just like this egotistical piece of shit that doesn't care about anyone but himself. Couldn't stop talking about, and he knew this. We listened to a bit of that the leaked phone call where he's like, people aren't going to vote in Georgia because the system's rigged. Like, he understands the association there. But what does he do? Does a rally in Georgia, only talks about how the system is rigged. Because he is selfish. He only gives a shit about himself. I remember seeing New York Times reported that Trump said that, it was probably through fucking Maggie Haberman, that Trump said that he was glad that Loeffler and Purdue lost because they didn't support him enough. I mean... To see the Republican Party at least buckle, maybe not collapse, maybe not split, but buckle, because Trump is just like a self-absorbed piece of shit, is super funny. Anyways.
Will be the thing that prevents it from ever being the time to say anything bad about any Democrat in office. Because...
Is one of the independents in the Senate in a neo-Nazi party? No? Are they? I thought all the independents in the Senate caucus with the Democrats.
Bad cops.
But is that maybe that's confirmed? Democrats confirm social fascists. Halud, thank you for the tier 1.
Show of vulnerability will lead to these people just taking power. And also, it disciplines against even asking for too much because
no, it's Bernie and Angus King. I think you're thinking of someone else.
Do you really want them to go wild? Which, if we did something too big, they would do. Biden is going to get to point to these guys anytime there's any big ask for progressive legislation. Sure, do you want these guys go? Do you really want to test them? And also, I've said before that we're going to see a intensification of surveillance and police authority to deal with, the continuing immiseration. I mean, crime is going up as we...
They're going to turn the fucking shit into Patriot Act 2.0.
Said, as
Bernie's in the Senate? We're talking about the Senate,
aren't we? Crime is going to go back up. And it's up.
That's what I said.
It's happening all over the country. Crime's up. It's going to get worse because things keep getting worse. And dissatisfaction is going to get bigger, and some of it is going to actually be pointed somewhere towards the people responsible for this. And the state's going to be very interested in creating a narrative that allows for the culture at large to go along with massive increases in surveillance and police power. And the specter of a MAGA coup is absolutely
100%.
just a perfect
100%.
A bloody shirt to wave whenever you want. Whenever you're announcing the next round of panopticon surveillance overwhelming everything in the world. What the hell's going on? I'm getting something on this. What is that? Sub gift or use bits to get to the next level. Am I the only one seeing this? The hell is that? Very distracting. And the right gets to if they keep pushing, they get to find out the limits of their ability to get what they want. And the majority will still be pissed and still be activated, but will have learned where the line is. But the ones who aren't are going to go off.
Train, yeah.
There's going to be a good burst of stochastic violence, 100%. And every one of those incidents is going to be used the same way that fucking Bush administration used every real or mostly made up incident of Muslim terror to justify.
It is why I do strongly disagree with the people whose takes were like, yes, attack the protesters, yes, do police brutality, but against the right. I think that's a very naive position.
Whatever the fuck they wanted to do. So honestly, this is such a perfect thing. And the funny thing is you can write a story where
it would be less naive if there was a serious threat. If there was actually fascism burgeoning down, busting down the doors, and they were really close to taking over, then maybe it's different. But it wasn't. It was incoherent. It had no chance of.
This is just the byproduct of the culture.
Still fun to see pig on hook. I'm not saying anything in relation to whether you should enjoy the videos you saw or not. Again, I've said that a lot of this situation is very funny, objectively speaking, but that's aside from the political analysis. Right?
We have of a society. What is going on with this? Does anyone know what's going on? Everyone's talking, and I'm very confused as to what is happening with these levels.
There might be mass arrests, who knows?
Shit. It's very distracting. Okay.
It is distracting. They did a good job. Amazon, whatever billions of dollars they funded into designing the hype train animations, it does distract you.
Someone said American Years of Lead. Honestly, yes. But anyway.
That was Halal Jew on Twitter, I think, said that. Which, yeah, maybe.
You've created a society of spectacle where politics... Where the stakes of politics are grafted onto pure entertainment, and we give politics the same passion we give to entertainment, a country where the only time we generally riot is after our team wins or loses a big game. If you give big game intensity to politics, this is going to happen. You could write the story where this is just a byproduct of that. And then, just coincidentally, it's the one thing that will be most gift-wrapped and perfect for the use of our actual ruling class to maintain their dominance over us. Just like you could argue that 9/11 was the inevitable result of our foreign policy and our pursuit of oil dominance through ideological and guerrilla warfare. But you could also write a story where the reason this keeps happening in the same direction and that all these dominoes keep falling the same way is because there's some hands out there pushing them in that direction. And
Matt did not say that sports riots only happen in America, because this is not an issue that exists only in America.
For me, it's a moot point because the reality is the same either way. And honestly, the recipe is the same. The boring, no matter how outlandish or banal you want to make your
shout out to Vancouver for
explanation
doing that
of reality, the remedy is very boringly straightforward. Organizing the working class, or rather the working class organizing itself, rediscovering itself, awakening from its slumber. That's the only thing that's going to beat this. No matter where it's coming from.
Oh yeah, he said that Americans only riot over
who
sports.
you think is in charge.
That was the position.
And also,
which is
how
still a controversial
seriously you
position.
take it. To me, there's no more annoying and banal conversation than the one that has been had ever since Trump lost about how seriously we should take this. Is this a coup? Is this a real serious thing?
It's not.
And it's such a stupid argument because it never really nobody ever wants to make an argument about what they think is going to happen. It has to be couched in, well, it's bad, and you should feel bad about it. And to that I say, hey, let me accept every premise of every hysteric on the internet who says that this is the beginning of a fascist coup. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? And the answer seems to be feel anxious about it. Feeling anxiety is literally, the feeling of anxiety is like the emotional cattle prod that they strap to our nuts every day of our fucking lives to get them to do whatever they fucking want us to.
That's also post.
Managing our anxiety is how they get us to be good fucking compliant neoliberal subjects. Our anxiety is the cultural manifestation of the coercive mechanisms of control. And you want me to feel more anxiety about something I can't do anything about? Because let's say this is phase one, and tomorrow the Joint Chiefs come up and say that because of the overwhelming demands of the American people, we are blocking the further certification of the votes. What the fuck are you going to do about it? I am asking, what are you going to do about it? Everyone who's saying, this is a big deal, we should care about this, everyone who ever said this wasn't a coup needs to be accountable. Okay, congratulations. You're taking this moment where democracy dies to fucking settle online scores. It sounds to me like you're just having fun on the fucking computer. That's the thing. The proof is in the pudding for me. If you're still posting about this stuff and you think it's a coup, then you don't really. You're lying to yourself and to everybody else. And if it is a coup...
he's not complaining about people having fun on the computer. I think he's complaining about people treating having fun on the computer as like...
And everyone who said it isn't is wrong, well, guess what? Come get me. Come make me accountable for being wrong. Where are you going to do that? In the camps? If there's not going to be camps, then what are you going to do? If you're saying it'll basically just be the same thing and you're going to keep posting, well then why?
I dream of the world in which like it was actually a coup yesterday and then they do full-on fascism and the left-wing resistance, which becomes an actual left-wing resistance, not like the centrist Dems, are too busy holding certain people accountable, attempting to hold certain people accountable in the resistance for saying that the coup wasn't a big deal, to actually fight the right way.
Why the hell have you put so much of your emotion behind this thing that clearly doesn't matter and can't affect anything?
Yeah, there already are camps. Exactly. That's exactly. There already are fucking camps. The amount of mass human death that is that the system as it currently runs is predicated on is a necessary condition of, no matter how many humanist reforms you pass through Congress, the liberal settler state capitalist system is like the amount of human death predicated in that system is so incredibly large that you should be far more worried about that than you are about these fucking like the far right coup that isn't actually an immediate threat. You should, the idea that you would put your support into that system against this specter of a threat is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's like it's so beyond like this left-wing realpolitik of like, you know, I guess I agree with you. There should be a classless, stateless society. That's a good idea. We should end capitalism. But if we look at the current situation, well, we have this right wing that is threatening us, and they want to they want to recreate Nazi Germany. And if we want to look at the best way to get towards that system, we can't allow it to get into fascism. Like at this point, that threat is comparatively so much smaller than the active threat of the system that I don't know why that would be your fucking impulse.
I think the only interesting thing to see is how much the Republican Party coalesces around a position of denunciation of their own supporters here. How much do they go to war with the base? Because this had to happen.
It's not even a question of whether the system turns fascist, which it very well might, and that's the ultimate irony of like supporting cops in this situation, like actively picking the side of cops in the situation that happened yesterday, is like the system itself doesn't even require that revolution to degrade into a fascistic. The other question is like, well, where even is the fucking line there? We saw I brought up that tweet from Coca-Cola that was condemning the attempted coup. And it's pretty clear that American business, American capital, doesn't want fascism. They don't want this corporatist, even let's say like Mussolini-style 20s authoritarian government, where the Acerbo laws are suspended, etc. And there's no multi-party system. They don't want that. That doesn't benefit their money. Does not benefit a coup in a Latin American company or a Latin American Latin American country to prop up a banana republic is beneficial, but not a fascist coup in their own country. And the idea that fascism could take hold, if we're using the 20s, the sort of traditional like 20s 30s 1920s 1930s definition of fascism, the idea that that would explicitly take hold soon in any recent foreseeable future that one could make intelligible, I think is ridiculous. Do you think Coca-Cola really cares? I do. I think it is beyond simply looking good, because what these elements of instability do to the stock market is they make it go down. Investors get scared. It's not stable enough. Everything that Coca-Cola wants to do with its an incredibly evil company. It's a corporation. It only cares about capital. Everything that it wants to do, it can very reasonably do in the current system. Very reasonably. So why would they risk it? Why would they risk that instability?
The Republican Party had to discipline their base at some point. Now,
line went up big time yesterday as a result of Biden being confirmed, or as a result of the protests. I would agree. I would believe that it's because it's objectively going to be the case that Biden is the president. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I could not conceive of these protests making the line go up. No QIA stream today. I don't know. I have to ask. I'll ask Julian when they're coming back, because they're on a little bit of a hiatus.
That's what's so frustrating about the Republican Party. They have the correct attitude and approach.
Yes,
to
Julian Assange. Yes.
Base.
Classic.
And that is, they are terrified of them
anonymous
and do whatever they want.
Julian Assange.
But the thing is that the base, because the Republicans, all they want is the stupidest bullshit on earth. Specifically, it cannot be stressed enough that this is all happening. This unprecedented attack on our nation's electoral integrity and on the constitutional order and the peaceful transfer of power is happening on behalf of a fucking game show host and nothing else. There's no thing these people are after. They want
no
Trump.
Material thing. Fake.
That is what has gotten them to break through the doors. And I would argue the reason they're allowed to do this is because all they want is Trump.
Yeah.
If they wanted something more than Trump, if they wanted something that could actually challenge established power and could actually energize a group of people beyond those who have basically brainwashed themselves with television, basically and the internet poured bleach in their own frontal lobes, courtesy of their self-narcotization online and watching fucking cable news. None of it.
Did the UK cite Epstein's death when denying Assange extradition? Interesting.
No, like if their rebellion, I'm sorry, but unless you are brainwashed, it's not going to happen. Now, they could take over the party, depending on how this thing whole breaks down.
I don't think they will.
But they're not there yet.
Yeah.
Like, if people have said, like, if this was a left-wing protest, it never would have happened. And it's not necessarily because they're bigger pussies. It's because they would have been met with much harsher force.
It's because they would have been mowed fucking down. Especially if that protest was primarily, like, people of color. That's how the state would have operated under that threat. If there was a serious chance, they would have stormed the Capitol. That's what they would have done. No fucking doubt in my mind. There were so many people responding to me yesterday about saying, like, obviously they aren't a threat to the system. If this was possible for the left to do, I would be embarrassed for the left. People were responding, that's cope. You know, the right is actually doing revolutionary stuff, and the left isn't competent enough. And it's like, you are, and I keep coming back to this analogy because I think it's very fitting. You are someone who is chained in the fucking cave, pointing at shadows on the wall. You don't see the real world. Like,
much more significant pushback from authority, which would have made most of them realize, do I really want to get my head caved in today? And say no. And then they'd stop and they'd go home, and only the hardest core would stay to fight the cops. What you had here was, at no point did these guys get anything other than a few haphazardly sprayed mists of pepper spray. And as soon as they realized...
Because I'm, like, this is a point in which I do explicitly, like, break from Baudrillard, for instance. Because I was talking about him before, and I referenced him a decent amount. My recent podcast mini-ep that I made about it, what is it, SoundCloud? No, it's podcast. What is the that you can listen to is like 10 minutes long or something. Is a direct allusion to Baudrillard's book about how the Gulf War didn't happen. It's like the coup didn't happen instead. I already used that joke, actually. I'm reusing it. But I do disagree. Great episode. Thank you, guy looking in your window. I do disagree with Baudrillard as sort of a nihilist. I think the real does exist. I think it still does exist, and that the traditional sort of appearance reality analogy used in Plato's philosophy does still exist. Baudrillard says it isn't, that the real has disappeared. We're in the realm of the hyperreal, where it's a simulation of nothing, and there is no actual reference to what is real. I think that for some people that is the case, that there is this sort of simulacra, as he calls it, but that the real is still accessible. It's still very accessible. Yeah, almost 1,000 SoundCloud followers, chat. You should follow it. Also it's on Spotify, you know.
Realized, pepper spray,
Apple Music, all that shit.
It's not that bad.
Apple Podcasts.
And then nothing else was going to happen, and they were literally opening the fucking doors for them. Why not march in?
So I think the Plato analogy
But they're
works.
willing to do...
Sorry, because the Plato analogy implies that there is a real world. Like, they're in the cave looking at the shadows and not really understanding things. And then you go outside of the cave and you see, like, the sunlit world. The sun being reality is sort of an analogy.
This for fucking Donald Trump. For the personal just the personal ego trip of an insane...
Yeah, Rick Roderick said, yeah, that's a really good lecture. That if the real didn't exist, we wouldn't even be able to talk about it.
Man.
And we clearly can.
Just
so.
a psychic identification with the point of view, essentially. They've taken celebrity culture to its ultimate conclusion. This is essentially the end of Day of the Locust by Nathaniel West, if anyone has read that book, where the downtrodden, starstruck losers of Hollywood burn the whole place down. Well, they're burning down Washington on behalf of their appointed God King. Because in this country that's the only thing that can stir passions. No one believes anything can change. No one really thinks that things can get better or different in this country. They think that we are on a trajectory that is set by human nature or God or the Constitution, and there's nothing to be done about it. And in that world,
Ty is so cool.
The only thing that's going to be able to reliably politically mobilize people is going to be a purely spectacular politics of...
Live to read Anti-Oedipus. I've read it, but a lot of it, you have to read it like 4 times to get it.
Of orgone release.
You can read Baudrillard alongside Deleuze fairly easily, I think, especially given how Deleuze explains society of control stuff. Like, basically, you just see the uncoded socius, and this is, if you haven't we're going, I won't stay here too long, because most people won't, it's annoying and obscure. Deleuze's uncoded socius is just Baudrillard's Desert of the Real, basically. If you read that, it sort of clicks.
And that is what Trump has given us. And now, the thing is that because it has a limited appeal, but it is so totalizing in its appeal, we have a situation where the system no longer has use for Trump or Trumpism. It got, like, the Republican Party got what it wanted. It got tax cuts, and it got
maybe I will
a federal judiciary in their pocket for the next 100 years, up to and including an unbreakable 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. They got what they wanted.
I'm sure it's better in French than English.
Now it's just about his personal ego. And the whole point of a political party is that you go beyond the personal desires of anyone.
Baudrillard hates that Foucault does reject desire as a lack. Yeah, but Baudrillard's seeing desire as a lack isn't too essential to his views. That you can still take a lot of them, especially considering that Baudrillard just like explicitly rejects psychoanalysis.
One person within the structure, like
which is really what
that's the old Kingly
Foucault and
model.
Deleuze are attacking with their idea of desire.
And like that sort of brain dead populism will create a royal figure. It has to, because it cannot. It's a rejection of politics. It rejects the notion that anything is being negotiated. It's totalizing. And so only a totalizing vision is going to get people to fucking fight like that. At least fight.
The real is the real world.
Risk that. But once again, that's the only thing. It's not because they're stronger or smarter or more brave. It's because the state will allow that. It will allow those. But the thing is, it's a tantrum, and eventually they have to let the tantrum go out. Like essentially, that's how those Democratic governors and mayors, especially this last summer during the George Floyd uprisings, that's how they treated their base, essentially, by saying they're there, and they just let them tucker themselves out. And that's what we're doing here. It's just bigger and more dramatic, and it's going farther because it's a bunch of fucking white men, mostly, demanding that Trump be allowed to be president forever. They're not challenging any state prerogatives. They're not challenging any mechanisms of power. They don't represent any movement beyond their own fandom, basically. It's essentially a con out of control. Like, that's essentially Comic-Con on crack.
It is.
Right now
it's a fandom.
in DC.
It's MCU stands.
It's freaking Comic-Con on crack.
What was that Shia cleric who's Iranian, who like Trump said that how do we respond to like America attacking Soleimani, our national hero? Like, do we kill SpongeBob or like Superman or something?
Crack, and that's why they're allowed to.
Because the American heroes are like the MCU fandom. They're like.
But they're also gonna have to tucker themselves out. Most of them will go home, but a few of them are gonna get violent, and they're gonna be encouraged to get more violent by the results they saw. And guess what? That's to everybody's advantage too. That's good for Democrats. Every piece of violence by a Republican gets.
So it's the spectacle that causes these people to be violent. A spectacle related to Trump stealing the election, or Trump having the election stolen from him, and trying to overturn it or whatever. Purely aesthetic, not real politics. That spectacle creates political beliefs that are radical because the spectacle is like it's flashy, it's easy to understand. It's like you're the good guy and they're the bad guy, and so it may lead people to do radical things, events that can be further subsumed into the spectacle. Except this time, the radical right wing, let's say, acts of the sort of few, I guess, like dispersed potential attacks that may be committed by like Trump supporters at this point are then subsumed again into the spectacle. But this time it's a spectacle in relation to national security, or maybe even of maybe even of some sort of Trump-esque resistance. Different sort of aesthetic politics that are maybe have some relevance, some reference to reality, but just totally miss the point. And by the way, this essential position is also that like the response of just like overwhelmingly supporting the police here is one of those aesthetic belief systems. It's reacting to the spectacle in a way that justifies, the Patriot Act 2.0 or whatever, elimination of freedoms. That might happen. I'm giving that as a possibility. The question is whether Biden wants to do that. Maybe he'll do like a softer, subtler version than the explicit, loss of freedoms that happened in the first Patriot Act.
To be a political weapon and gets to
and it obviously
justify
won't be
further
called
repression.
the Patriot Act 2.0.
And gets to call further repression.
It's all, and none of it is about the real world, and it all sort of obfuscates any possibility of individuals developing a sort of real material consciousness, real understanding of the world in relation to their actual interests. It all obfuscates that. All works to do that. Which is fundamentally what the real is, right? That's how Marx understands, false consciousness as sort of
all cops are bad cops.
Marx sees it as a product of the division of labor, being so advanced. But fundamentally, what it is a consciousness, let's say, of a worker, or someone who is of the lower classes in general, believing something not related to their actual interests, and not being able to act in relation to their actual material interests. That's what class consciousness is. Then a real consciousness. A consciousness of I think that's straightforward. Off non nuo. Thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks.
Black social, we get to call that justice for black lives because it's now disproportionately going against white people. Like that's the kind of demonic trick you could play with that. So they're happy with it. Republicans are happy because
Davos
they
resigned.
know that if it's ever really
That's
close,
funny.
if any election is really, really close, like this election wasn't really that close, honestly. It was only the commitment of Trump and the para-reality he's able to create around everything he says.
So is it bad if I got happy watching the Capitol being vandalized? It's fine to enjoy things, especially in relation to this. The enjoying things is okay, but then, I guess you can have a separate enjoyment, and I've sort of articulated this. You can have a sort of an enjoyment, but then a separate actual politic that might contradict it.
That is then affirmed by people who listen to him.
I don't like generally policing politics, or policing people on the level of desire. I don't think it makes sense. This relates to the question of is it transphobic to not be attracted to a trans person? Because I don't think that the policing that desire actually has any effect, or the direct effect that it desires to have isn't actually it's gonna backfire. It's going to do something different. Yeah, but that's a whole other can of worms.
It wasn't that close. A real close race. They know they have it. They have it, and every piece of right-wing violence further reinforces their command of the space in the event of a real
desire
political
policing
conflict.
Stuff is just seeing you as a consumer.
That they could pull some fucking redeemer
the
shit.
Politics of consumerism.
Like the Reconstruction governments of the 1880s and 90s.
And also, that's actually a good point as well, that you can desire a thing and it can still be bad. You can see this with fetishization of trans people even, or women of color. So it's complicated, but I didn't.
So yeah, it's wild. It's wild and wacky stuff. It is very disparaging to not just think of how.
You can go to Kinks. That's the most literal
much harder
sort
it
of
is to get anywhere near that kind of threat to just established patterns of power and behavior from the left. But that's just because they're actually serious when they go against the left. But a big part of it is that there's no thing that gets enough people the way that Trump does. Mm-hmm. And that's because it can't be, because it's not spectacle, because it's material reality. Yeah. It has to be built from the ground up, of articulating experience, not being brought from the top down in the form of just fucking Madison Avenue brainwashing. That's the only thing that'll do it.
Okay, and I can talk a bit about the genital preference discourse. Because theoretically, in a non-transphobic society, it's reasonable to imagine that people have genital preferences. They wouldn't be associated with gender. That element of desire is a reaction to the sort of this social rankings of an individual's culture that is transphobic. So gender preferences on their own, it seems ridiculous to say that they're inherently transphobic. Because, some people, it's not unreasonable to imagine that some people would have preferences. That being said, a lot of general preferences are related to an association of, a dick as masculine and then a vagina as feminine. And what I will say, the nuance is that if you have that type of genital preference, that like that is a result of you having your desires positively invested in a transphobic society and having them mix, etc. That's a result of that. But to moralize about it is pointless because it won't change that. Moralizing about it and shaming it doesn't actually change it. Meaning just like if that's the case for you, you should just be respectful and say like, well, it's not that I'm not attracted to trans people because they're the different gender. It's just that's my preference. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Can you erase that desire? The question of how much an individual has in relation to affecting their desire is an interesting question. I think it's quite complicated. And I think that, like, ironically, a lot of particularly earlier queer discourses are like, I am attracted to who I'm attracted to and I can't help it. Right? That was, and that's whether that's the case is a beginning discussion. It's becoming a discussion as well. Booty boy, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. Changing your habits can change desires. Yeah, so I think there's some nuance there, but there's a reason why I pray the gay way doesn't work, and this is like an insulting thing to say. Technically, like it's like are you comparing those two things? And it's like I guess I am, but not in a normative sense. There's a reason why it doesn't work, and it's because the direct policing of desires like that doesn't actually do that. Doesn't actually have that direct effect. So like following that logic, why would you police desires directly? You can recognize that desires come as a result of, let's say, a transphobic or homophobic, etc. society. You can recognize that and say, like, I have my desires positively invested in these things because I live in a society. The classic line. But I understand that like trans women are women and trans men are men, etc. She said the line.
That's the only thing they'll do it. And if this is just more neoliberalism with its Janus face and it's pulling off like a soft internal Gladio, or it is the first.
Like you should reorient trans and queer discourse around desire instead of identity. Well, you're a Lacanian, of course you would think that, bitch.
The first winding of a gear that leads
to
I
think
fascist
so too.
Seizure of power.
That's probably true.
Some sort of inside out.
It actually gets very complicated.
Where, like the protesters like meld with the police and then essentially just arrest.
I'll leave you with Matt for
Democratic lawmakers and shit.
Here you go. Here's the link.
The answer is the same.
The link if you want to subscribe to their YouTube or whatever.
I certainly will not try to do any predicting, because if I was not swearing that shit off before now, I sure as hell wouldn't do it now. Holy shit. Beyond saying that I do think that Joe Biden will in fact be inaugurated, although I do think that Inauguration Day is going to be very interesting, my guess, this is as far as I want to get, is that they bristle that place and that there's like essentially a military occupation of Washington, D.C. to prevent a
Can you hear us? This is a YouTube video.
Would be my assumption.
Watching.
I didn't say I moved to Oregon. What the hell is wrong with you people? I didn't say that. Weirdo. I'm not going to Oregon. What is wrong with you people?
He lives on the screen. Anything in the screen box is real.
People. I did not say I'm moving to Oregon. What the fuck are you talking about? Am I being trolled by the crowd again? God damn it! I'm being trolled. Fuck. I try to do a good stream for the people, and then they go and troll me like this. I don't know why I put up with it, honestly.
So true. So true.
Okay, so now that we've talked about that, let's talk about, we'll watch the numbers just drop here. Let's talk about our last section of the Republic for which it stands.
Oh, is he doing like a book
I believe,
review?
9 through 12. This is really good stuff, this stuff. And I want to go through them kind of chapter by chapter because there's a lot of good.
This is good because it's way. The way I did it, I structured it.
Point out here.
Which they're up on the old book club stuff is up on my YouTube. I structured it too much. This he just like read it and was like, let's talk about it. I'm only reading fiction right now. Do a Nick Land book club? I might. Fuck it. Am I gonna get canceled for saying that Meltdown is actually a good piece of philosophy? It's before he went right wing. I'm reading a lot of Stephen King right now, and also Dune.
Start with hilarious.
Dune series.
The election of 1876, in which the
Meltdown by Nick Land is actually a very good piece. It's bizarre and wacky, and you need to understand like what is it like Freud, Deleuze, and Bataille, and you also need to have read Cyberpunk. Which Cyberpunk book is that?
Disputed.
But it's good. I actually think it's interesting.
Led to a constitutional crisis.
Neuromancer.
And essentially a backroom deal between the Democrats and Republicans to allow the Republicans to keep the presidency in exchange for the end of military occupation and Reconstruction in the South. And this is funny because Ted Cruz was trying to, during his nerd-ass attempt to toady to the Trump supporters by calling for a commission to like rule on voter fraud. That it was him invoking the this case because that's what they did. They ended up establishing a bipartisan commission.
Yes, Lindsey Graham literally talks about this.
Where they basically just made a deal behind closed doors. And then there was a constitutional amendment that actually ended that possibility because they saw how bad it was. So, once again, Ted Cruz being an oaf and a dope and a dumbass. But we knew that. So, there wasn't a lot of violence around that election. There was like talk of mobilization of troops and stuff. I guess George McClellan fucking
Matt should write like an alternate reality thing about what if Lincoln
wanted
lived.
to form a militia to march on Washington to make Tilden president. He's like the Michael Flynn of 1876. But nobody ransacked the White House. I can say that. So that's how things are going since then. So then he talks about the biggest eruption of coordinated working class militancy until that point in American history, the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, which saw the kind of painfully
His background research, that makes sense.
Symbolic sight of troops being pulled out of the Reconstruction South.
What if Abraham Lincoln had an
abandon free people to the ravages of the Klan and the red shirts?
Another 400-page forward
to
book.
go and help put down the strike in the North.
What do you mean?
And it was huge. It was violent. It was not coordinated very well because it was largely spontaneous, and there was only a rudimentary working class political movement in America at that point. Like there was the Working Men's Association.
Oh my God, yeah, my QAA app. Jesus Christ. It was only 200 pages. But yeah, the Jesus Q Connection was such a wretched read. Just the worst
and there was
fucking...
the international...
You know... Because he thinks that Q is like a position. Q plus is how he refers to it. And at some point, Jesus was Q plus. At some point, it was like the founding fathers. And now it's Trump. He also thinks that Catholics are the devil. Or that the Catholic Church is the devil. And that Donald Trump's... uncle is a time traveler that went back in time to write a coming of age children's sci-fi book about Trump's future child's Barron Trump. What is it called? Because Donald Trump's uncle, and this is true actually, went through Tesla's estate after he died to look through and make sure there wasn't any like super weapons or whatever, because Tesla said he had a super weapon that he wanted to sell to the Tsar or whatever. And his theory, this dude's theory, was that he actually secretly found a time machine. Tesla never claimed to have done time travel, didn't think it was possible, and went back in time to write the Barron Trump novels. Now, this is a little preview. If you want the rest of it, you can go to the most recent QA app, which are novels published by Ingersoll Lockwood about a little boy named Barron Trump and his wonderful dog Bulger. This is Barron Trump in this. He lives in New York City in a castle called Castle Trump. Great stuff. Cool, I bet it's I'm sure there was time travel involved. I'm sure. I wrote this story, yes. That was me. I put that together like an hour before we recorded the app because I was like, yeah, why not?
Like
as the story at the end is, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the Working Men's Association was one of the Knights of Labor. It was still a very inchoate movement, but they were all caught by surprise, just like all of the bickering parties in Tsarist Russia were caught by surprise by 1905.
Heard the Serbian shit? What do you mean?
Like you had current.
I did capture the Rokitansky style. The Serbian shit. Oh yeah. Of course, that's how you know it's me. Because Tesla was a Serb, of course, not a Croat.
But it took an event
but a student
to
of
bring
the
about
Rokitansky
a reckoning.
style.
In this case, it was the fact that this depression had pinched the profits of the railroad companies, but they didn't want to stop giving dividends to stockholders because they were essentially running Ponzi schemes and needed new investment income to keep themselves up. So they had to, since profits were going down, the only place and competition was reducing profits also, the only place they could get profits was, what a shock, labor costs by cutting.
Serbs or Turks? Fun fact, did you not know that a majority of Turks are genetically just Greek? But they there's only 30% of there's something like only 30% of the genetic sort of makeup of Turks in Turkey are from Central Asia. The rest of them is Anatolia. Oh yeah, only 10% Central Asian. They're actually just Greeks. So if Serbs are Turks, and Turks are Greeks, and Greeks are Macedonians, and Northern Macedonians, and Northern Macedonians are actually Serbs, guess what, bitch? Serbs are Serbs.
By cutting wages and increasing hours at a time when everybody was suffering because of
fucking got your ass
the depression, and people just realized, oh, this is where the line is, and it came from no ideological battle, really, not a lot of posting. It came from experience, the experience of working near a railroad, having the railroad dominate your life, which was something that the Western farmers could also commiserate on because they were held hostage by railroad freight rates.
Well, that's the funny thing. Which type of Turkish Cypriots are, of course, Greek, who are Northern Macedonian or Serb, and the Greek Cypriots are Northern Macedonian.
All cops are bad cops.
Hermes the Magi. Thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks.
That was the margin of whether or not they ate in the winter.
You can say Macedonian, Macedonian. They're both acceptable.
It was predictably defeated because no one was really planning it, and the states eventually all agreed that, oh yeah, no, this is what we're here for. This is why the state exists, to suppress this sort of thing. But it led to a lot of the railroads backing down because they found, okay, this is the limit. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. The sub counter is fake. You got baited. I'm sorry.
No.
The Greeks make a deal of calling it Macedonian.
So that was chapter 9.
Sorry, I'll let
chapter
Matt.
10.
I think this is interesting.
He talks a lot about something that is very boring.
Or we can go into something else, and I can link this if someone wants to continue watching it to not steal all of his thunder.
But important to understand 19th century politics, which was civil service reform. It was the end of the spoils system. And that ended up being one of the only real issues that divided the parties, because they basically all agreed to the same laissez-faire politics to one degree or another, and then voters were sorted by geography. And also religion. Basically geography. Because if you were a Catholic in America, you probably lived in a city, and you were a laborer, and you were a Democrat. If you were a white Southerner, you were a Democrat. If you were a small-holding Protestant Northerner, which is the mean Northerner, you were a Republican. If you were a black Southerner, you were a Republican. Although that mattered less and less as Reconstruction governments failed to be able to defend themselves. It's not a coup. Settle the fuck down.
So true.
What do you want me to do? Just yell about how it's a coup? Does that help you? If it's a coup, shouldn't you be out in the streets like with your fellow militiamen gathering your garrisons?
It's such a dumb
You better
discussion.
have some fucking...
Because the response I heard, but when I said, like, what was their actual feasible plan? How could they ever have done anything? Did they even have a coherent plan? The response is like, well, those like 60 Blackwater guys who tried to invade Venezuela, that counted as a coup, even though it couldn't have worked. And it's like, I guess, but like, if that's the like the word coup seems to have a very normative, like there's a lot that is implied from there was a coup going on. Also, yeah, the Baked Alaska thing where he's like, apparently there's a coup going on and it's COO. Actually, yeah, it's dumb to compare it to the Blackwater thing because they actually did have a feasible plan to take over. But again, when you say it's a coup, you're freaking out about it. And
all cops
there's no
are bad
reason.
Cops.
IMCOOUPING.
So true, Genderlang. Thank you for the 3 months. That implies you should freak out about it. And you shouldn't have. It wasn't a threat. Like, you know, if you are in Washington, D.C., maybe like, especially because there's like a curfew, that affects your life. But otherwise, it doesn't affect your life. There was no chance of it changing the government or, you know, like. So the word coup implies some sense of like desperate urgency that there is a possibility. I guess technically, like if all that is really required is that it's an attempted coup. King of Soup, thank you for the 3 months. If all that is required that is for you to call it that is that it's an attempted coup. Like if I just went to like, and to be clear, this is parody. Like went to Ottawa and was like, I declare the Canadian Soviet Republic. I'm doing it right now. No one can stop me. Is that a coup? Is there a coup going on in Canada? Like, I guess? Or like I bring 5 of my friends. We're not like, to be clear, because I would never joke about this. Twitch, don't ban me. We are unarmed. We just go up to the Capitol and we're like, this is the Canadian Soviet Republic. Is that a attempt? Like, does that count as a coup? I don't, because it's like, I mean, yes, this is a reductio ad absurdum, you know, it's like, it's hyperbole. I mean, technically, yes, but like, that implies, yeah, it's a failed coup. Like, that implies that there was actually like, oh, they could have done it. It implies a sense of urgency. Life has many windows, Fed boy. Anyways, so that's why, like, because it's like technically, I guess, you know, if we want to be pedantic about it, if we want to talk semantics, then yeah, it is. Because there's at least some indication that people in the crowd wanted like a change in government, or like a auto coup, auto gulp, or whatever in Spanish. But it misses the point, which is that like these are like people who are like chickens running around with their head cut off, metaphorically. I mean, yeah, certainly. This dude who brought zip ties. I don't know. People were reporting this as if it was like they were trying to take hostages. It's like this guy pictured himself doing a coup and taking hostages. But like that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, there wasn't a coherent plan. And it couldn't have done anything. It wasn't a threat. Yeah, that's... Yeah, this is, yeah. Well, it's not a coup. Everyone agreed to it. It's a spectacle. It's like... Because they showed up because they thought that, like, Trump was gonna, you know... That Trump had a plan, right? Because it's like, well, he's playing 870 chess. Why would he not have a plan? And then, of course, he didn't. Again, the response of like, look at the potential violence they could have done. It seems to miss the point of like a spectacle can lead to violence, and typically does lead to violence, actually. But again, the analogy I like is that like it's a gun that's just going off at the hip. It doesn't have the capacity to aim at anything, because it's aiming at like shapes on the wall. It isn't aiming at real things. So there's a threat to people's lives, certainly, but there's no threat to actual power. Seems like right-wing terrorism. I guess. I mean, if we want to use the word terrorist normatively, if we're doing that now. This is the thing. What defines a coup? It's like, who fucking cares? Whatever. It's a pedantic discussion. It all sort. I mean, everything is semantics, whatever. But it also takes away from the discussion of like... It also takes away from the coup... Call it a coup feve? That's great. Fuck. What about the ideas? What about them? What about them? There was no coherent plan. These are people who like... And some of them were certainly LARPing and thought that Trump was going to help them take over. But they had no capacity to do so. Meaning, like, again, all this is going to inspire this sort of, these individual acts of violence by individual people, not any sort of large-scale planning to overthrow the government. And that could lead to death and harm, and that's bad. And Trump is directly inciting that. Libidinal outburst, sure. But the idea that the American government was under threat, American democracy was under threat, is wrong. You shouldn't, like, sounding the alarms against them as if, like, it was directly under threat. I mean, and I guess we're gonna reap what we sow there in the Patriot Act 2.0. Although I don't know if Biden would do that. But it could. They could use the spectacle of like, well, there's right-wing terrorists that actively could have taken over the government as like a, well, maybe we need more surveillance, as like That could very well happen. Especially in the sort of centrist wing of the Democrats and the more establishment Republicans. I could see that being a bipartisan act. Yeah. How about they just hire some security guards? That is, yeah. The fact that they just fucking let them in. But again, also the people who are like, they could have like attacked a bunch of Congress people. And I mean, it's a combination, and there will probably be some sort of greater account of it later on. There has to be, because, there's literally footage of cops just letting them in and being like, there you go. And then, taking selfies with them, opening the door for them, keeping the door open. That the picture being displayed there is probably not one of like, they're going to take AOC hostage or whatever. However terrifying I'm sure that would be for people who are in the building. It would have been so easy to identify. I wonder how many arrests are going to happen. I'm sure it would be scary, yeah. But yeah, it seems like, and again, comparing this to the beer hall putsch. It's not like the beer hall putsch. It's like the beer hall putsch if the beer hall putsch wasn't the beer hall putsch. The beer hall putsch was a planned attempt to overthrow the government by a political party who the people who were overthrowing the government were working under the direct, explicit orders to overthrow the government. If what happened with the beer hall putsch was Hitler being like, you guys did great, please go home, then it would be like the beer hall putsch. Yeah, it's less competent than the beer hall putsch. It's more spontaneous, more absurd. It's the farce to the tragedy, I don't like the historical analogy. It was planned. It was vaguely planned insofar as Trump told them to go, yeah. I'm not saying that, Trump is definitely, the reason this fucking happened. Especially making it look like he had a plan that they had to participate in, as opposed to just having no plan whatsoever and wanting to see people support him. They just, he wanted people to go outside and support him, I guess. And maybe thought that support would lead them to not vote. I don't even think he was thinking about it because he's a fucking idiot. I don't think they would have enough organization to take hostages. Well, yeah, because it was just guys going up to the, if they would have voted to progressive politicians. That could have, yeah. I mean, even if they ran into, McConnell, something could have happened. But again, this is, this random act of violence. This, the machine gun aimed at fucking, the tree line, not aimed at real, not a result of a real politic. Why would these right-wing people hate Mitch? Why would they prefer Trump over Mitch? Materially speaking, what does Mitch represent? What does Trump represent that Mitch doesn't? They hate McConnell. I think they were far more after McConnell. Yes, definitely, than even AOC. Yeah, I think that's probably true. They probably hate AOC more in general. $2,000 is not what caused this schism, though. That's not what caused this. That's not... Mitch blocked the plan to object the vote. Well, yes, but why would they take Trump's side in the schism over Mitch? Meaningfully. Other than the fact that they like Trump when they see him on TV. It's not... You see what I mean here? It's like an aesthetic difference. It's not the 2,000. That's not enough. That's not enough to cause the schism. Again, charisma is nothing, though. That's not a real politic. That's not, it's aesthetic. It's absurd. They want the Cheeto because they like him. Saw some people radioing. Okay. A few of them wanted to interrupt the votes. Well, that's the most logical conclusion, right? Because it's to protest the vote, and it's on Capitol Hill. It's sort of like sports team riots. Yeah, that's what the disagreement is. That's why they hate McConnell. It's not, again, it's fake. It's not real. It's aesthetic. Which connects to their entire worldview, which connected to why they thought that they would do anything. It's far more decentralized and spontaneous and absurd and irrational than even the beer hall putsch, which is still a threat insofar as it's violence that could harm people. But the idea that it could overthrow a government doesn't make sense. Maybe if Trump was this super competent fascist, cynical fascist, maybe we could have some discussion. Although I even doubt that he would have that capacity in the current political climate. But that's not the discussion we're having. Imagine if Trump supporters announce Trump now. I think they are, right? Oh, here's Cope. For all the smug shows think they have one over us, you're still not a woman and Trump will still be your president after January. Do you think nothing has changed since Election Day? The only victories the Dems have achieved have been pure distractions from the real ace in the hole. Again, literally chained up in a cave, pointing at shadows on the wall. A bunch of irrelevant court cases have no capacity to see the real world. No capacity to even interpret it. And some writer is saying, if you are this out of reality, how could you yourself organize a coup? The only way that you can be involved in, let's say, like an actual overthrow is if you were being used by a competent, rational political actor. Spontaneously, you have no connection to the reality, which is, again, still dangerous because the spectacle you exist within is like
all cops
flashing
are bad
and dramatic and creates a clear and obvious enemy that you need to defeat, which can definitely inspire violence. Oddna 86, thank you for the tier 1. But you need to separate that threat of violence that is active and real. It's like a flash mob, yeah. And like an active threat to the American system. There needs to be a separation there. Strong like bull, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Let me keep reading. A bunch of irrelevant court cases. The fact is that the Supreme Court is waiting to hear Trump make his case. That's where the overwhelming evidence of voter fraud is going to go. And when it does, the ironclad conservative majority will hand the election to him. If you've been paying attention, this is always what we've been waiting for. Which is confusing because didn't the Supreme Court already ditch him? Didn't ACB ditch him? Not some hopeless lawsuit filed by a bunch of random states. Stop getting demoralized by shills. Yeah, it's pure cope. It might be trolling, honestly, at that point. It's hard to know. Yeah, it's for the most part, it's cope now. Anyways, so that's the position. And yet the implication that it was super important and that the world, that the system was going to be overturned and that you should actively take the side of the cops is like very destructive. That is a part of the spectacle in a certain sense. That the radical acts in relation to aesthetic politics of Trump supporters creates this this dramatic event that can be used as a spectacle, but a spectacle towards something that justifies, say, increased funding to the police, even increasing in the security apparatus. We know objectively that the problem isn't that police don't have enough funding. That's not the problem. The problem is the structure of the police. Having more money wouldn't have done anything, but that's not what the spectacle is doing. That's not what the aesthetic politics created from it that is seen on, let's say, CNN or whatever, would lead one to believe. Or it would be very easy to use that as an excuse for something like, Patriot Act 2.0. Is there a chance I have the power to organize a Matt Crispin featuring Dottie VR stream? No, but I wish I did. What is our end game? Reality, I guess. I don't know. A real material politic outside of all this shit. I mean, the end game is not content. The content is a result of the spectacle, a result of aesthetic politics. Anyways. I don't understand why Kodak Black is getting pardons, potentially. Because Wayne is a Trump supporter, right? Anyways. What else can we talk about? Little Pimp featuring Kodak Black. Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Invoke Patriot Act to ban all subversive ideas. This will never happen again. Yeah, I mean something like that. That's the most absurd version, but who fucking knows? The question, is what will Biden do? How will Biden react? Because you can see how pretty easy it is to use this as a way to strengthen the American state. This is funny. Wait, let me see. Tucker Carlson distancing himself from Trump. All evidence seems to be writing on the wall. Distanced himself from Trump sharply, saying that Trump is on his way out and that Trump only thinks about Trump. He told his viewers that they should ask themselves, who's thinking about them? Huh. So Tucker explicitly... That makes me think that it's less likely for there to be a new party. Because if the populist propagandists on the right tell the little piggies that support Trump that actually Trump has betrayed them, and that you should continue supporting the Republicans, some of them will be skeptical, but enough of them will sort of go along with it. That the question is are there cynical politicians that take advantage of the schism, and maybe they do. Maybe Tucker does this, but then still says the Republicans are cucked. But I doubt it. Trump never gave a shit about anyone but himself. The question is, why did Tucker wait so long to say what's been obviously true this entire time? Maybe Tucker only gives a shit about himself too. Maybe that's how right-wing politics works. You can see this when they essentially just project, when they're AOC is only out for herself. She's actually being paid by, the anti-fossil fuel industry. And it's because they couldn't conceive of a politician that wasn't doing that. Trump never returned to the White House after the rally. 2 of Trump's latest videos are fake. Yeah, no, we made the joke when we saw the video, when it was released, the Trump deepfake. It's the most obvious thing to say. It's the most obvious point you can make. So the reason it hasn't happened as much is because it's too obvious. Come on. Currently doing a virtual focus group. When was this? With Trump supporters. They've started yelling at each other. I haven't said a word in 5 minutes. We got this man doing a pog champ. Soy face Jeff K from Colorado. Yeah, I want to be in on that call. Please, Frank, please tell me what they're saying. If he updates us, please let me know, because that'll be funny. Why is Matt Christman in the bottom right? What do you mean? Oh, in the photo? Oh, I don't. Do you mean him? I don't see it. Oh, that's a great surf emote. Surf champ? Yeah, don't do Matt like that. What else? Any other updates? It's basically just Cope. Oh, you guys showed me this dude before. He's like a relatively radical, but still has sort of like Kokona right-wing people that listen to him. So he's like sort of like Radlib is used as like a pejorative, but like, which is annoying. But he is like a like in the actual explanative sense. Radlib adjacent, something like that. What? A Kokona whisperer.
Oh, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo
loud,
again. So today, we're going to talk about some news. It's been
Oh, we all live in hell, absolutely. 100%.
Shadowed by all.
But, you know, it's fun to watch.
All the other news. Some interesting reporting. At least I think it's interesting. It is now being reported that President Trump began accepting
That's what I said, Radlib.
his defeat weeks ago. Talking about
we like
his
the kid. We like the kid about the anarchist, don't we, folks?
Even making plans to take him and his staff down to Mar-a-Lago. It's interesting. See, the only reason that he's been putting up making plans with his closest confidants, even making plans to take him and his staff down to Mar-a-Lago. It's interesting. See, the only reason that he's been putting up this fight for the last, couple weeks is to cement his image as a fighter, to appeal to those, his most loyal supporters. I gotta be honest, makes a lot of sense to me. Trump's all about branding. We've known this the whole time. We've talked about it over and over again. That's what he's really good at, is branding.
He's a clout fiend.
And when you view things through that lens, a lot of stuff starts to make sense.
He loves it.
Just this idea.
Trump is the first Zoomer president. I've said this before. It's the same way. What is the magazine? Was it Times that said like, Clinton was the first black president and Obama was the first gay president? Sort of in relation to like, I mean, calling Clinton passed the fucking crime bill. Jesus Christ. But like, you know, calling someone in relation to like an interest group that they represent or something, even though they're not literally that group. In the same sense, Trump is the first Zoomer president. I guess he did go on Arsenio and play the saxophone.
Idea that he wanted to cast himself as somebody who
there's no way Trump was the first atheist
would
president.
fight to the end.
I mean, I think that's explicitly not true.
That's why Georgia was so important. That's why he made that call. He had to flip one, even though it wouldn't change the outcome. If he could flip one state, it would show that he was a fighter, would help his brand.
That's a good point.
Really makes sense. It explains so many of his actions. At the same time, let's consider something else. If he knew weeks ago and had accepted it weeks ago, that means that...
That's it. Washington Post reported Trump's Pentagon appointee that he installed blocked D.C. National Guard from getting riot gear and ammunition.
All the damage that was done undermining faith in the democratic system in the United States was done for nothing.
He didn't want them
just to assist in him building his brand. Beyond that, all the people who gave him money, he took it knowing that he was leaving, that it wasn't going to do any good. If this reporting's correct, that's what it means.
Wait, sorry. New Trump theory just dropped. Yes, I asked for reviews from those who rule this world for what I'm going to do next. The two most recent videos of Trump, one on Twitter and both on Parler, are both fake. The clue lies in portion between Trump's neck and his collar. Trump is either dead or in a bunker. I mean, this is the logical conclusion of the videos, right? Is that it's a deepfake. That's what we predicted. But I don't think many people are going to believe that.
Beyond that,
and then the fact
those who engaged in unrest, those who went out there and really threw themselves into the grinder for him, did so while he knew he had lost.
Yeah, he just wanted people to support him.
What about the people who attended rallies?
They didn't give a fuck.
Maybe caught something.
Because I'm assuming there are some Trump supporters that listen to him.
While he knew he lost. All just to build his brand. That is wild to think about.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's in the bunker watching the stream. We can see it right here. Look at him.
There are a whole bunch of examples of things that the president has done over the last 4 years that demonstrate clearly that he never should have been in the Oval Office. This might be the one that actually reaches his supporters, though. If he knew this entire time, the last couple of weeks, that he had lost, that there was no evidence, that he spent weeks lying to them, that might be the thing that breaks through. That might
probably
be the thing that shows them what the rest of us already know. This reporting may be the reporting you need to show your family members who still don't see Trump for who he is. I would wait until they firm it up and release names on sources and stuff like that, because otherwise they'll just scream fake news and stick their fingers in their ears. But I have to believe that it's probably accurate. It makes so much more sense than everything else. It also makes sense when you view it through the lens of the Trump-McConnell power struggle. It all adds up. Makes a lot more sense than him actually believing some of the stuff that he was spouting. I mean, I still believe that he has talked himself into believing some of it. But the idea that, well, something was wrong, but I lost, that checks out. That makes sense to me.
Okay.
And I think it might be something that your red hat family members need to hear, need to read.
That's a good, yeah. Yeah, I do agree. I think that is gonna. Oh, we can watch this too. Oh, it's short. Fuck. Someone was saying that my uncle's more convinced than ever. I mean, that's gonna happen. People are definitely gonna double down. But the fact that they are doubling down is actually indicative. It does show something that, like, the more dedicated supporters or fans, really is how you should describe it, are gonna double down, and then a lot of people are gonna, like. What's going to happen to is Tucker going to lose some supporters because he ditched Trump? How is this going to affect Q? Well, Q is sort of over. Sort of. But it isn't as well. Because again, like, their ideology is fundamentally irrational. It's fundamentally predicated on seeing, not understanding the world, not looking at the world in a rational, empirical way, in any semblance. And so there are certainly individuals who, this is such a major element of the belief system that Trump is in power and he's trying to do something about it. But you could still imagine people would continue going on even after that and still continuing to believe. A lot of them are going to stop because, again, like, this type of belief system requires a dad. It requires a leader, a strong man to devote your loyalty to. And if he disappears, there's only so long that you can just pretend that he's actually secretly in the shadows working for you. So I think it's complicated. Q ethos will drift elsewhere. It'll break up maybe, and then if there's some strongman that comes around that they like, it might congeal into support for that person. Purple Dick, thank you for the 3 months. But we'll see. It's hard to, again, it's hard to predict because they're not rational, like they don't react to events in any rational way. So you can't predict it. The only thing you can predict, again, I say this before, the only thing you can know about Q supporters is that they support Trump, they support the military, and they support the police. It seems like the last one there is gone now after the protests, so they don't support the police. And if Trump is gone too, like, it's just the military? Is it military intelligence that's going to do it? What happens to them? That was their ontology, fundamentally. That's how they were defined. Not by the crazy belief systems, but fundamentally through their, like, undying loyalty to far-right fascistic nationalism. The Bell Dog, thank you for the 5 months. And if that's gone, what happens? I don't think it goes away. Not necessarily, but yeah. It's complicated. Again, it's like Q is merely an archetype. That's true. You're right. I can't believe I read the Jesus Q connection and I didn't think about that. Yeah, a Q officer coup. Yeah. I guess Flynn is the new figure. I mean, there are still... What has Flynn said? Because he has a Parler, right? Oh, no, he has a Twitter. General Flynn still has a Twitter? He hasn't said anything on Twitter. It says the Italy Gate stuff. At General Flynn on Parler. Let me see. Let's see, what has he said? Yeah, nothing. He's silent. The last thing he said was the RIP for the woman that got shot by the cop. Yeah, I mean, is Holly charismatic?
All cops are bad cops.
GG.
Audek, thank you for the 3 months. They were pro-Trump and anti-Democrats. Being for military and police was always just in order to stand in opposition to Dems. I don't think being pro-military and pro-police is in opposition to the Democratic Party. I think the main reason they don't like the Democrats is, like, aesthetic. Because they think aesthetically. Biden wants to increase police funding. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I do think it's their positive allegiances first and foremost. Even if, of course, they support the police way more than the Democrats do, on average.
A lot of people are throwing around the word sedition recently, and unfortunately not for no good reason. But what is sedition itself?
Oh, by the way, one of the dudes that did this, the dude in the, the dude in the Confederate flag, that photo of the person on Capitol Hill with the Confederate flag, he's Canadian. I said this at the start of the stream, but I want to say it again because it's so funny. That was a fucking Canadian. He's from Alberta, of course. Not sending their best, folks. Not sending their best. I mean, so like all that the Canadian right is just a LARP of the American right. That's why there were Stop the Steal protests in, was it Montreal and Toronto?
All cops are bad cops.
Really chill guy.
Canadians rise up.
Let's go. Canadians rise up. Shout out to really chill guy, Jordan Yule. Thank you for the 9 months. Go follow him if you have not. I've heard that he's pretty dang chill. Oh, and started the hype train. We love to see it.
Originally, as
I'll
used
go to it
in
in
the
a
United
second, but I
States,
wanna watch
sedition
this.
meant opposing or resisting any law of the United States, or writing anything false, malicious, or scandalous about the president or Congress. But because of the First Amendment, that doesn't fly. So now the law is codified at 18 U.S.C. 2384, which makes it a crime for two or
Jordan
more
is
people
not
within
Canadian,
the United
he's a
States
Canadian
to conspire
ally.
to overthrow or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to level war against them, to
Okay,
oppose
so it
by
is-
force the authority of the United States government, or to take, seize, or possess by force any property of the United States. And the next statute makes it a crime to advocate for the violent overthrow of the United States government. Is what we saw on January 6th actually sedition? Well, I'm going to do a full video to find out.
All cops are bad cops.
Camboy Love 420. Thank you for the tier 1. We can do another hype train. Folks, if you have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it yet, make sure to use it on me. We got 27 tier 1 emotes. They're all great. Oh, Jordan, are you going to go on the server at some point, or are you on it right now? Because I'll probably hop on rest
Cops
soon.
are bad cops.
Are you just on? Okay, cool. Yeah, because the server got reset, so I can... That'll be exciting to try to build a base. Because I suck at Rust. Oh, Danklepick, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. Jack XOB, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. Honage, thank you for the 100 bits. 50 cents for Liv, love to see it. More like 70 because again, I'm Canadian. The conversion rate is favorable. Ralph Red 420, thank you for the Jeff Bezos bucks. Kelly 086, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, the 5 tier 2 gifted subs, Pog.
I am this kind of a joker guy.
Thank you so much. Pog? I should learn how to do this dance for you guys. Yeah, thank you so much. Go ahead, call the National Guard. They can't unfuck Phyllis's desk. Will Canada take Tigers back? We will not, I'm sorry. Really, Canada loves exporting just the worst of the worst to America. Like, you remember Anna Slats on her Twitter? She's Canadian. Laura Southern, Stefan Molyneux, Shanky Nader. Think of it, tier 1. Liv posting, you can forget about her. Gavin McGinnis. Duncan Keith, thank you for continuing your gift sub. Steven Crowder, right. Is Crowder Canadian? Oh yeah, of course he is. Jordan Peterson.
All cops are bad cops.
Ashley Meow, thank you for 9 months. Laura Chen. Is Pinker Canadian? Fuck you. No, he's not. No, he's not. Yeah, From is another one. Pinker isn't Canadian. Drake. He is Canadian. My bad, guys. That's us. That's on us.
All cops are bad cops.
Hi, Gran. Thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, that's tough. I didn't realize Pinker was Canadian. Is Pokemon Canadian? No, you're just saying people know. I know XQC is Canadian. He's French-Canadian excellence. Thank you for the gift subs, everybody. Three more minutes left. Canada's a fake country. Fake country. Have I seen this? Oh, we'll watch this afterwards. I think we watched this rally, did we not? Oh no, we did watch this rally. Yeah, we watched that. Hermes the Magi, thank you for the 500 bits. Pokey isn't she Moroccan? I was talking more about conservative political thinkers, but I guess. Oh, that's from yesterday. Oh, okay, we can watch that then. Was it about the a man, a woman thing? Sexual, thank you for the 190 bits. How do you feel about Proletariat being a pokey reply guy? I respect.
All cops are
I respect
bad cops.
I support it. Dumb Surfer, thank you for the 8 months. Condition Bleed, thank you for 210 bits. More Smell, thank you for the 100 bits. Is Keanu Canadian? That's funny. That Canada is a fake culture. It's just a weird like copy of Anglo-Canadian or Anglo-American culture. Basically. Yeah. That's why like you look at and this includes me, every single like Canadian political like person is constantly referencing American politics. Because every Canadian is incredibly influenced by American politics. That's where we go to have any semblance of a cultural identity. Canadians pretend that's not the case. They're like, we're better than America, but it's the exact same shit. It's literally a fake culture. That's why you saw Stop the Steal rallies in Montreal and Toronto. That's why you saw a Canadian from Alberta come down to DC to wave a Confederate flag in the fucking Capitol. That is really funny as a precedent, right? Like, they thought that would never happen after the Civil War. Nope, it did. Like, in the most bizarre way possible. Three more minutes for the hype train. Thank you for level 4. Yeah, Canada doesn't really have an entertainment industry. Chile had a fascist Stop the Steal protest with 30 people. How is Chile doing? Aren't the communists leading in the polls there? Not good? Vancouver is big for filming. Vancouver is the most unrepresented / represented city on film. As in, like, they go to shoot in Vancouver and then pretend that it's like Los Angeles or New York. Which is funny because you can see the mountain range. But very rarely does Vancouver play itself. So there's a lot of stuff shot in Vancouver. No movie set there, they're all shot there, yeah. It's like the 3rd most used city in North America for like film. Something like that. 2 more minutes, hype train. If you like to contribute. 27 tier 1 emotes, they're all cool. The boys were shot in Toronto? Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense, actually. I was watching that recently. It's good. It's very on the nose, but it's good. Yeah, the 6 boroughs. One of them's Vancouver.
No, I am this type of a joker guy.
TKOR Demon, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Let's go. We love to see it. Can we get a Pog? I guess not a Pog champ because that's not okay anymore. But a Poggers. We love to see folks. Davos resigning is funny. I mean, it's just people are jumping ship. Anonymous, thank you for the 6 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Brillo Pat, thank you for the 200 bits. Hona Jonas, thank you for the 100 bits. Siobhan DeMarisco, thank you for the 300 bits.
Do we like dick?
Communism.
Yes.
Many people are saying this, folks. Many people are saying this. Yeah, Trump had a lot of fake friends that turned up, that switched up on him. Says a lot about our society.
Do we like dick? Yes.
Level 5. We love to see it, folks. We love to see it.
Did you just fucking say about me little bit?
Donald Trump shit his fucking pants.
Well, it makes sense, right? That everyone leaves right now because they only care about Trump because they're opportunists. Otto Poiesis, thank you for 100 bits. How brain rotted is the song into your brain? Oh, it's permanently on repeat. I'm in the middle of The Shining right now because I'm reading King. And if like someone with The Shining were to read my thoughts, it would just be this song. No actual thoughts. Brillo Pat, thank you for 100 bits. Rent free, baby. The sub count is not increased. I'm sorry, it's a bait. I baited you. I'm sorry. Yeah, exclamation point predatory. I can't remember who found that, but it's very funny. It's from like the new version of Chapo Trap House subreddit. Which it's hilarious that it still continues even after being explicitly denounced by the Chapo people. Moraine, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, Twitch streamers, all of them, the whole thing is predatory. People pretend to be your friend and make you feel part of a group for money. Liv posting, Lefty stream for example. She does this thing where she keeps her sub count at 419 out of 420 just to elicit more subs because haha, funny number. That's extremely predatory. Someone on the left should know better than that. So true. That's why I'm apolitical instead of on the left. It's predatory to tip you for the waiter to want tips because they want money. Classic predatory behavior. I should do this for free. That's the Marxist position. Is that I shouldn't be paid for my labor. Decoy Demon, thank you for the 1,000 more bits. Classic Radlib live posting. Radlib posting. I've read Capital Volume 4. You don't have access to it because you're not left-wing enough. Hunter Jones, thank you for the 200 bits. It wasn't even written by Engels. It was written by Marx. That's yeah. The point of Das Kapital is to just be like money. That's capital. That's what it is. That's Capital. Tips for trying to read Capital. I actually do like Althusser's suggestion, which is like skip the first chapter. It's honestly like, it's an incredible, Volume 1 is a great book, obviously, but there's a reason why he wanted to rewrite it before he died, Marx. It takes a long time to like, to fucking like wrap your head around. It takes a lot of work. The point of Des Capital. I read Des Capital Volume 1 taught me that it was okay to be weird. Alright, thank you for the hype train, everybody. We love to see it. Thank you. Those fucking value forms, god damn it, dude. He does introduce it in a strange way. Like that you only really get as soon as you end it. And you're like, oh, okay, so it's like the evolution towards the... okay. I don't know. There's definitely like books out there and like series to help you prepare for Capital. You can also just dive in. It'll take more work, but you'll eventually get it. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Okay, we can watch these excellent. Don Jr.'s unhinged top the steel speech as he starts profanely railing about trans women in gender-specific terms.
Fight. How'd Kimberly do, folks?
Kimberly did great.
One of the great fighters out there. To my family, to my father, but most importantly, to all of you red-blooded, patriotic Americans. Thank you for being in this fight with us.
Loud pockets.
Thank you for standing up to the bullshit. Right? Amen and a woman. Right?
Would you find the modernists rather boring?
No,
I don't find them boring.
I know. But that shows you literally the mentality of where the Democrat Party is, right? I think I put it up on my Instagram, which is being censored to hell right now. But I put it up yesterday. They spent money on a study that came to the incredible conclusion yesterday that trans women playing in female sports have a competitive advantage.
Which, again, if we do, then why aren't we fucking winning gold medals? I mean that. How much of, like queens, dolls, what's wrong? Why are we not winning the medals? They're letting us compete, and you're not getting a single fucking gold? Come on. We got the advantage. The deep state has given it to us, the globalists. Not a single one? This is bullshit.
No shit.
Step it up, ladies.
Who could have seen that coming?
Oh,
I had no idea. I'm glad.
Donald Trump Jr. speaking to Trump supporters there in Washington.
The cutoff is so
the
funny.
Save America rally happening.
Look at him.
I put it up yesterday. They spent money
screaming
on a study that came to the incredible conclusion.
Yeah, I mean he's coked out.
Yesterday, that trans women playing in female sports have a competitive advantage. No shit. Who could have seen that coming?
He's
I
not
had
been
no
doing well.
idea. I'm glad.
Donald Trump Jr.
This is like is there, I can't remember, in like the Joker when he's doing the stand-up comedy, we see what he pictures it like. But do we see the video of what it actually looks like? Because it's basically that.
Speaking to Trump supporters there.
It's doing a stand-up routine.
In Washington. This is the Save America rally happening ahead of the certification of the electoral results in Washington later today, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Sending a message on several occasions. He's
just yelling about trans people. Yeah, I mean, rent-free, I guess.
One machine or one paper ballot. Now, if they ran such a clean election, why wouldn't they make all the machines available immediately? If they ran such a clean election, they'd have you come in and look at the paper ballots. Who hides evidence? Criminals hide evidence, not honest people. So, over the next 10 days...
It's not that there's no evidence that there was stolen because we couldn't provide any to the courts. It's that they hid it.
We get to see...
Which is fucked up, by the way. We need to unhide all of that evidence.
The machines that are crooked, the ballots that are fraudulent, and if we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail. So, let's have trial by combat. I'm willing to stay.
What?
I'm willing to stay.
Just like the start of that is like, you know, there's no evidence or whatever, or there is evidence and it's messed up that they're hiding it. So the way I challenge the I challenge the voting companies to a duel. I have a champion. They will nominate a champion, and then God will show us who is really the winner.
Reputation. The president is willing to stake his reputation on the fact that we're going to find criminality there. Is Joe Biden willing to stake his reputation that there's no crime?
Will Biden nominate someone to fight against my champion?
There. No. Also, last night, one of the experts that has examined these crooked Dominion machines has absolutely what he believes is conclusive proof that in the last 10%, 15% of the vote counted, the votes were deliberately changed by the same algorithm that was used in cheating President Trump and Vice President Pence. Same algorithm, same system, same thing was done with the same machines. You notice they were ahead until the very end, right? Then you notice there was a little gap. One was ahead by 3%, the other was ahead by 2%, and gone. They were even.
The people in the crowd are chained up in a fucking cave, looking at shadows on the wall, and Rudy is like, "You see that shadow? Look at how it moved like this.
He can take you through that and show you."
Literally, like, do you look at, like, it's...
Has absolutely...
Isn't it crazy how the election results changed in a certain way when we were watching it on TV?
What he believes is
like, isn't that evidence for you? And they're like, it is, that's true.
Proof that in the last 10%, 15% of the vote counted, the votes were deliberately changed by the same algorithm that was used in cheating President Trump and Vice President Pence. Same algorithm, same system, same thing was done with the same machines. You notice they were ahead until the very end, right?
It's good.
Then you notice there was a little
There's a reason we still know it, okay?
One was ahead by 3%, the other was ahead by 2%. And
Plato is a sphinx liar.
Gone, they were even. He can take you through that.
Okay, anyways. Take the Nietzsche pill on philosophy. Millionaire lawyer equivalents of... Rudy is like his own... Rudy is really like the Times Person of the Year. The fact that he got Times Person of the Year in 2001 and not in 2020 is really a crime. That's the real sedition, folks.
Hey,
we can watch, I guess. Let's watch the legal video. If Plato was a Turk, Plato was a Serb. Here's how explicit do you think Patriot Act 2.0 will be? I don't know. I mean, maybe that doesn't happen. Oh, what's the prediction? We'll Liv play Wonderwall at the end of the stream. Nice.
At President Trump's inauguration, he spoke of American carnage.
I can link this.
Well,
it's legal.
He delivered. There is apparently nothing that President Trump cannot defile. As you probably know, a right-wing Trump-supporting violent mob breached the U.S. Capitol. They broke windows, they blew past police, and they stormed both chambers of Congress. They wore American flags and were apparently incapable of irony. I remember I visited Congress when I was in high school. The Capitol is a building that oozes history. And unfortunately,
It is funny, though, like, when Pelosi, like... I guess that's mask off. She referred to the Capitol Hill as like the temple of American democracy. It's like a fetishism of sorts, right? They desecrated the building. Who gives a fuck? It's a building.
We are witnessing a history of a different kind. In the Civil War, the Confederates only made it as far as Fort Sumner. Yet today, a Confederate flag flew inside the U.S. Capitol.
Canadian excellence, baby.
And today, rioters lowered the American flag to instead fly a Trump flag. And throughout it all, like Nero playing his fiddle while Rome burned, Trump sat back and watched cable
Which, by the way, he didn't play his
news.
fiddle. Or
And
at least there's
apparently
not a
Trump
historical...
actually basks in this mayhem, saying on Twitter, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory..."
Oh, by the way, for the channel points, my thing was, the server was reset, so I don't have my guitar. I do not have my guitar. I have to play Wonderwall, I'll have to, when I play it, I'll have to find a guitar.
Is so
Which I want to do. I want to find one, but they're very rare.
Stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. In reality, this is the most direct attack on our capital since 1814. And they have delayed the certification of our...
I think Hassan done a 23andMe? I wonder, like, there's a decent chance that if he does one, it's going to come up as, like, 90% Greek.
Democratic process. It's hard for me to even think of a worse scenario for our democracy.
Greek and Bulgarian.
The president and his supporters have made the United States a laughingstock.
Yeah.
Now, I'll compile my thoughts and do a full video on whether the president and his supporters have committed incitement, sedition, and treason. But apart from these legal technicalities, we know who is responsible for today.
It's pretty clear.
As the president was on his dais, he incited the mob.
He said some of his family is
going
Greek.
so far to say,
he's definitely...
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. And after this, we're going to walk down and I'll be there with you.
The actual, and to not meme, the actual delineation between Greek and Turk is sort of like incredibly rough. Like during the population transfers in the 1920s, the way that they defined it was basically like, if you're Orthodox, you're a Greek, and we're gonna, the Turks would kick them out. And if you're like Muslim, then you're a Turk. But a lot of the like Orthodox Greeks on like the coast of Anatolia also only spoke Turkish and didn't speak Greek, for instance, and were being like deported into a country in which they didn't speak the language.
Walk down to
the actual national delineation is very arbitrary. Of course, not based on genetics either. It's the only way that nations as a comprehensible idea develop and national identities is through the nation state, and it's predicated on force and mass expulsions and forceful delineations. It's not a natural phenomenon.
the capital.
That's why it's annoying when you hear people who are like, the borders in Africa are unnatural. It's like, well, yes, as opposed to the other borders, which are natural, which are based on a natural national identity. No, borders are unnatural.
We're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them.
Like a wannabe dictator, he said.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Similarly, the president's right-hand man, Rudy Giuliani, demanded trial by combat.
Let's have trial by combat.
Which he has to mean like in a courtroom, right? That's the only interpretation I can make sense of that, other than like we're going back to the divine right of kings. Like, we're gonna throw a witch into the water with weight, and if she sinks, she isn't a witch. Like that type of shit. We're gonna do a jousting tournament.
By both incitement and omission, this president and his cronies are responsible for what happened today in one of the worst attacks on both our democracy and the physical buildings that are the manifestation of our government, which are not always the same thing. But today, life imitates art, and they did their damnedest to attack both the idea of our democracy and our democracy itself. The president failed to deploy the National Guard.
Oh, Bored Lacanian, just fucking ask young Neocon on Twitter.
Properly
I'm sure he's got some
defend the Capitol, both before the mob arrived and long after it started to attack the Capitol. There's right now talk of implementing the 25th Amendment, as if his feckless cabinet members would actually do it. But even if
Pence
they would,
won't do
that's
it.
too good for him. If one thing is certain today, it's that the president, Donald Trump, needs to be impeached and removed. And
he's still a lib, by the way.
Help.
These are interesting to watch because, like, he's a legal professional.
Draw an analogy to what happened just a few months ago in Lafayette Square.
Like you can
might recall
predict
that the
things
president
about the law,
attacked unarmed
understands
peaceful
law.
protesters in a public street just so he could
And
get a
whatever.
cynical
You can watch
photo
the
op
libs.
in front of a church and hold a Bible upside down. He was willing to employ every military officer, every federal employee with a gun to move aside these people exercising their
For a
First Amendment
photo
rights
shoot.
so that he could
holding a
get
Bible
photo
upside down.
And it turns out, and
Is
I have
this
to
your
admit,
Bible?
I did not
It's
see this
a
one
Bible.
coming, that you can abuse the National Guard and the military and the police by deploying them and also by withholding them, which is what the president did today. In the face of a violent mob that was armed to the teeth, the president turned a blind eye. I'm not talking about the people who were protesting in the mall. Fine, that's your right. We're allowed to disagree with each other. But as they turned their ire that was stoked by the president himself, the president was okay with it because they were on his team. And there's a famous photo of troops at the Lincoln Memorial in the summertime, wearing full fatigues, prepared for just about anything. But that wasn't the case today. On the day that Congress was supposed to certify the results of the election, because these rioters were on the president's team. They were loved by the president. Even as they destroyed the government, he loved them. And apart from the complete lack of preparation, there were conflicting reports about the National Guard being deployed at the request of the mayor of D.C., and that it's possible that the Department of Defense refused to allow the D.C. National Guard to protect the Capitol after it was under siege. Eventually, the National Guard from other states were deployed, but it's indisputable that even they weren't deployed except after extreme delay. This would be comical if it wasn't so sad and terrifying. It's the stuff of B-movie schlock like White House Down, the kind of thing that's popcorn fodder because it's so hilariously impossible. And yet today, in America, it happened. It didn't take a foreign military to invade. It took Donald Trump's incompetence and venality. We're going to have a full investigation as to...
I know that Brace from Truanon's take is like, you know, as a good Maoist third worldist, if America becomes third world, then it has revolutionary
moderately
potential.
sized crowd could breach the American Capitol.
That's the plan. There's the four-step plan.
Video appears to show that it's possible that Capitol or Metropolitan Police were complicit in this mob and allowed rioters through towards the Capitol. And eventually, once the mob breached the Capitol doors,
his name?
Some of the cops were taking selfies with these terrorists. And don't tell me that the Capitol Police are incapable of arresting people. I've seen Capitol Police arrest disabled peaceful protesters before and drag them out by their crutches. And nationally, 14,000 people were arrested during the George Floyd protests. It seems impossible, but 2 incendiary devices, probably pipe bombs, were brought to the Capitol.
Were they confirmed
Many of
as
these
pipe
people
bombs?
were armed. However many arrests happened today, it's not enough. And let's not forget the senators and congresspeople who promoted this fantasy and engaged in...
Truman would rather have fascists take over than the police slightly shove someone. That's hyperbole on both sides because there was no potential for the fascists to take over today. And there is always immediate potential for the American state to embolden police officers and then use that emboldening to like as like a weapon against the left, for instance.
In these
to strengthen the security apparatus, the settler state.
Conspiracy theories because they thought it was politically expedient. They forgot that words have consequences. Senators like Josh Hawley.
Which again, like, if the situation was it was a genuine threat to American democracy and they would have done a fascist dictatorship, then maybe there's some question of like doing that realpolitik analysis of like, I guess I would rather the cops end that and make sure it doesn't happen, then do fascism. But that's not what happened. If there wasn't a threat, then why do you want to support the cops there? Why would you not just say whatever?
Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Kelly Loeffler, James Lankford, David Perdue, Steve Daines, John Kennedy, Marsha Blackburn, Mike Braun, Cynthia Loomis, Roger Marshall, Bill Hagerty, and Tommy Tuberville. Thankfully, some of those people are no longer senators, and good riddance.
Oh,
As
what
my
happened
friends
to
at
them?
Crew put it, Trump loaded the gun, and Congress
Did senators lose their jobs?
pulled the
Also, yeah, their names are
riddance.
hilarious.
As my friends at some of
This
those
man's
people,
name is Tuberville.
being Congress people who promoted this fantasy and engaged in these conspiracy theories because they thought
they
it was
resigned.
politically expedient. They forgot that words have consequences.
Oh, Loeffler and Perdue.
Senators like Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Kelly.
Did QAA get a shout out in the New York Times? That's by association. That's me getting a shout out, and now I guess I'm a confirmed lib. Billy Joel Kill, thank you for the 100 bits.
Loeffler, James Lankford, David Perdue, Steve Daines, John Kennedy, Marsha Blackburn, Mike Braun.
What
Cynthia
article did they
Loomis,
get shouted out in?
Roger Marshall, Bill Hagerty, and Tommy Tuberville. Thankfully, some of those people are no longer senators, and good riddance. As my friends at Crew put it, Trump loaded the gun, and Congress pulled the trigger. Remarkably, some of these very senators, like Senators Hawley and Cruz, have actually been fundraising during the insurrection. As the mob reportedly rushed the two chambers of Congress, Senator Romney reportedly excoriated Senator Cruz, saying this was his responsibility, that he brought this insurrection on. And he's right. I was watching the floor debate this afternoon. In his objection on the floor of the Senate, Senator Cruz cited statistics about a large number of Americans who believed in this ridiculous conspiracy theory.
I understand your concerns, but I urge you to pause and think.
Oh, cool. Wait, let me see. Oh, I can.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
Which is ironic because a large number of people believe it because people like him promoted the ridiculous conspiracy theory. Now, Cruz, always a cynical politician, implied he didn't believe it and didn't think that we should change the outcome of the election, but said we should at least engage in these objections. We're just asking questions. We can't tell them to jump in a lake. Well, with absolutely zero respect, Senator Cruz, these people can jump in a lake and never come back. Rioters stormed the state house in Michigan, tried to kidnap the governor, and invaded the governor's house in Kentucky. All the while, certain Republicans continued to fan the flames. And in the face of an impeachment, perhaps a stronger case than in Watergate, they still played politics. At one point, President Trump in the debate famously said, with regard to the racist organization, the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Well, they did. Until today. And to those of you who voted for these politicians, you knew damn well that they were snakes when you let them in. And all while this insurrection...
What is the meme like? I didn't think the tigers would eat my face, says woman who voted for tigers eating people's
was
face
happening.
party.
The president made it worse, saying,
"We love you. You're very special."
Even as they are
Leopards.
literally trying to bring down the government.
He called them very special. It's like a dad tucking in, little baby in bed. You did a very good job. It's time to go to bed. You're my special boy.
He can't help but praise them because he thinks they're on his team. His attempts to disarm these people via tweet or video were so laughably pathetic that Twitter suspended the president's account because they were worried it was doing more harm than good, which is probably exactly what the president wants. He's not going to be president in 14 days, so let it all burn. If we've learned anything from this whole affair, it's that we absolutely have to impeach President Trump again, remove him from office, and prevent him from taking any office again. This is a man who cannot hold power.
I guess that's why they'll impeach him, right? It's not because he's leaving soon. It's that he can never take office afterwards.
There are 14 days left in this presidency, and that's far, far too long. Who knows what kind of damage that he can do in that time? And the 25th Amendment, frankly, is too good for this man. At the very least, we can't let him pardon the traitors who invaded the U.S. Capitol, let alone all of his cronies who...
My position is I don't think he's going to do that. I think he knows he's in deep shit.
Have done untold...
Which is why he condemned it today, because he's like... Someone in my stream said at the time that it's a plea deal.
Number of illegal and immoral things.
Yeah, I can't believe that the MAGA people defiled the temple of American democracy.
On the campaign trail, President Trump said, "What do you have to lose?" Well, it turns out everything. But we are stronger than this small man. We are stronger than this pathetic mob. Members of Congress are...
That is the funniest way. Didn't like the protest because it looked low class. He doesn't like economic populist Donald Trump. You see, Trump's politics have a lot in common with Bernie Sanders. Cue rising theme.
We're working through the night to certify the election, and that's amazing. We already voted.
I love
we
doing
sent
economic
Donald Trump
populism.
packing. And good riddance. We're going to rebuild the Capitol. It's just a building.
Exactly.
And this is the last
So true.
pathetic gasp of the failed experiment of Trumpism. And again, good riddance. And thank you for showing the world just how pathetic your movement is. How willing to engage in violence you are. How all of your criticisms were in bad faith. And how you are the worst of all of us. How deplorable you are.
Oh, yes. That's a classic.
Your movement will die an ignominious death. And let this be a lesson. Being a patriot doesn't mean wearing an American flag. It means standing up for our institutions and fighting conspiracy
I mean,
theories.
yeah, he's a little, but it's fine. Whatever.
So let's unmask these traitors. Let's ridicule them. Let's arrest them. And let's
Patriot
start
Act
with the
2.0,
one who
baby.
currently lives at 1600 Pennsylvania.
We're doing it. Let's get that Sedition Act rolling, baby. We gotta fight against the imminent fascist threat by emboldening the police. And I can't believe he doxed Donald Trump by emboldening the police in the surveillance state. Let's do it. Let's do it. Look, you know, I'm a pragmatist. I prefer liberal democracy over fascism. So I will, of course, allow the liberal democracy to do basically fascism. This is called being real about politics. Something you far leftists don't get. Jimmy Dore is losing it. I don't even know who the fuck this is, and I don't want to. What is his take? I don't even know what his politics are, except for just like yelling.
People are saying that I need to be nicer to people to get on board with Medicare for all. They're supposed to be being fucking nice to me. Do you realize that?
You are a failed comedian. Who the fuck are you?
Do you realize you have it backwards? Do you realize if the DSA...
I don't have to think about you at all. In fact, I don't have to think about you. I'm closing the window. And I'm never going to fucking watch you again because you don't matter. Yeah, some guy tased himself and then he had a heart attack and died at the protest. Oh, it's this guy? Yeah, I'm sorry for showing 2 seconds of that. Maryland's National Guard was repeatedly denied authorization. Oh, yeah. Trump didn't want them to deploy it.
General Gowan was
he didn't want them to tear gas his beautiful followers.
repeatedly being told by the National Guard at the national level that we did not have authorization. I was actually on the phone with Leader Hoyer, who was pleading with us to send the Guard. He was yelling across the room to Schumer.
I don't want to turn clips back on.
And they were back and forth saying,
You gotta to get the classic Liv posting lines. You gotta be watching, or you gotta watch the VOD.
We do have the authorization, and I'm telling you, we do not have the authorization. And so we had multiple times. The general was, we running up the flagpole. We're ready. Don't have authorization. Don't have authorization. And then I get a call an hour and a half later, out of the blue, not from the Secretary of Defense, not through what would be normal channels. I got a number I don't recognize on my phone. I, pick it up anyway. Larry Hogan, and it's like.
I mean, I will say this is a very funny meme. Time travel is invented, cringe people. Time to go back and do some lame shit, cool people. No AOC, don't reply to Jimmy Dore. Why did she do that? AOC needs to log off. She's getting online brain too. I don't. You have to understand that the discourse that happens on left Twitter doesn't actually affect you. Doesn't affect how AOC's constituency, the people who actually fucking vote for her, think about her. Doesn't actually affect how politics happens.
Like this Ryan McCarthy, Secretary of the Army governor, can you come as soon as possible? It was like, it was like, yeah.
I guess, yeah, she responded to the NFL player who agreed with Dore. That's true. But regardless, she shouldn't be doing fucking...
We've been waiting. We're ready. I can't tell you what was going on the other end on the decision-making process. There's been lots of speculation in the media about that, but I'm not privy to what was going on inside the White House or inside the Pentagon.
Yeah, I mean, they literally... He didn't want his beautiful followers to get tear gassed. I do want, like... Trump doesn't have a coherent plan. There's at least some elements of him that shows some like understanding of things in the world. Her social medias were repelled into national relevance. Yeah, but she won. Her winning was actually more so what propelled her, right? Like, the people... I mean, to some extent it is the case that, like, your social media stuff affects voters in your area. But that particular discourse, the pressure of Jimmy Dore and people and the like left influencers who are calling for her to, do the vote isn't significant. You don't want to get like Joshua for Congress brain and be entirely online and then no one fucking knows who you are and your who actually needs to vote for you. And, she doesn't have Joshua for Congress brain. She's, a politician. She won her elections. Oh, this photo is so funny. This fucking idiot. Just like wave. That's such a funny thing to steal. Yeah, it's very good. But again, like, is that guy doing the fascist coup? Or is this just some fucking oaf? He's like, look at him. It's hilarious. Yes, this is what the fascist coup looks like. I guess. I mean, clearly it isn't because it didn't do anything.
There's nothing wrong with Olive Garden. Let me just give a plug for Olive Garden. I like Olive Garden. I like their salad, unlimited garlic breadsticks that are phenomenal. Funny. Some nights you get unlimited pasta. They got these hot donut-like things that you put like chocolate sauce or caramel on. It's great.
So true.
Really delicious. There's not.
Yeah, Fox is not handling the Trump stuff very well. They don't know what to do. Oh, I remember this Photoshop battles. That's funny. I mean, this is like the lowest bar of content, but we're doing it. Oh, it's like Kanye's taking it. Oh, that's good. It's like it's Black Friday. Oh, the mall cop. That's funny. Because it's like he's chasing after him. What did Bernie say?
To do. Let me just be very clear. As the incoming chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, I remember what happened in 2018 2010. And that is the Democrats during the 2008-2010 period controlled the White House.
Us soon.
They controlled the Senate, controlled the House. You remember that? And you remember what happened in 2010? Democrats got wiped out. They had the power, but they did not deliver for the
They tripped over their own dick and balls and fell down the stairs.
American people. So what we have got to do right now, no ifs, buts, or maybes, is have an aggressive agenda that says we understand that millions of people, including my neighbors right here in Vermont, people are lining up in their cars in order to get emergency food. People can't pay their medical bills. People are going deeper and deeper into debt. People are facing addiction. Millions of people have lost their jobs. We have to act and act now. And the first order of business, by the way, is to pass an emergency COVID-19 bill, which, among many other things, says to working class Americans, we know you're in pain, and we're going to get you a $2,000 check for every working class adult in this country. We are on your side. We are prepared to take on the big money interests who have so much power. We're going to expand health care to cover the uninsured. We're going to deal with student debt. We have got to be bold in a way that we have not seen since FDR in the 1930s.
That's cool. Yeah. Bernie should have ran just as like a New Deal Democrat. Because however, like, I think his personal sentiments, particularly when he was younger, is explicitly socialist. Like, I don't think there would have been radically different of like a policy position for Bernie if he was just explicitly being a New Deal Democrat. Which says a lot about our society of like what happens, what socialists have to do to get mainstream relevance. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, May. Videotaping this crime spree is the best idea we ever had. Yeah, basically. Because you can't delete DLive videos, right? He wore his work lanyard. A man wearing a Navistar company badge was seen inside the U.S. Capitol. Yeah, that's very funny. That's super funny. Yeah, that's really good. This photo is also so funny. It's the SpongeBob meme. I mean, like, she got past the line of cops, you know? Like, you know. Aunt Tifa, yeah. Good stuff. Very funny. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, very funny. Very good stuff. What else? I have some more. I can't get to this fucking video. This stupid... Goddamn. I don't know how to block this. Element Zapper, is that it? Donowall Sag. Large media elements. I don't know. That's the article that mentions QAnon from the New York Times. I thought that was interesting. Okay, we can watch that other... We can watch this video now. Liv always Donowalls me. The only Donowall I have for all of the stuff I do is my premium Patreon episodes. But it's $2 a month. Speaking of, patreon.com/posting, $2 a month for the premium.
Well, speaking of Trump, I do want to get to clip number 7. So in the middle of all of the chaos and the insurrection attempt yesterday, when Trump supporters, by his own attempts
nothing
to
wrong.
to
So
radicalize...
That's so brave of you to say, yo, it Spinks. Yeah, there's way less MAGA people here now. That's the first one I've seen in a long time. Because like it's less fun to like try to troll by being like, I like Trump, are you guys triggered about it? When like your guy is eating shit. Like when you can actively see like Trump just tumbling down the fucking like down the stairs. It's not as cool to be like, that's my guy.
Them and basically
So, yeah.
egg them on. They stormed the Capitol building. They defaced it. They vandalized
Not so
it.
strong,
Rudy
man.
Giuliani
He's a sweet
said
man. He's
that
a sweet little
there's gonna be
boy.
trial by combat. I mean, this was very much by design. Trump got freaked out in the middle of it, probably because one of his lawyers told him, you could be facing legal consequences for inciting a riot and potentially encouraging sedition here. So maybe you want to make a statement and tell people to stop committing violence and storming the Capitol building so that all the lawmakers are effectively hostages right now and are sheltering in place. Spoiler alert, it was woefully insufficient and embarrassing, his statement.
There's no QA tonight. They start, the QA Twitch stream starts soonish, I think. They're still on break technically.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace.
This was the first
one. Law
one.
and order. We have to respect our
Did they talk about the other one?
people in law and order. We don't want anybody
that one's
hurt.
more
It's a very
interesting.
tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country.
You're a special little boy. You did a very good job. Now it's time to put on your little sailor outfit, and here's a little lollipop, and you can go to bed.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of
Daddy
these
loves
people.
you.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are
We
so
love
bad
you.
and
You're
so
very
evil.
special.
I know
And then the next day, you know, his lawyers are like, "You're going to jail for this. You're going to jail." And he's like, and it's like, read this speech where you condemn your supporters explicitly. And he's like, "Of course I'll do that," because you know he's a purely egoistic individual. He'll throw you under the bus, and he's never had to throw his supporters under the bus. Slightly he has, of course, by like you know like in the end of the election when he like didn't give people transportation out of his rally that was promised because they didn't have enough money. But he's never had to really explicitly throw his supporters under the bus for his own ego until now, in which he's like, "Of course I'm going to do that. No, I condemn all of you. All of you that did that."
And go home in peace.
Okay, so we began the Trump era nominally. Part
It's a perfect
of the
end to
beginning of his
the-
presidency was Charlottesville. Very good people on both sides. And now we have "You're beautiful people." Is that what he said? "We love you." And
What did
"Your
Nick Land
cause is
say?
righteous." Just the methods
I
of
wanna
what
know
you're
what
doing
Nick
are wrong, right? Like the whole kind of breaking into the nation's capital and vandalizing it and causing violence.
Not even, it's just being mean to the law enforcement officers.
Oh,
Everything else
right,
is
exactly.
cool. Everything
Oh,
else
I'm
is cool.
sorry, Matt, for being way too generous with his position there. You're totally right. And so then he starts by saying it's a landslide election.
It feels outdated. You gotta. It feels like anything before the newest video today. It feels like a different world because now it's like I mean, this is the point where Trump's like follower base really depletes, really stops existing. Okay. Did someone briefly told me that this guy like reports videos of people watching him or something? I think I heard that a while ago and I don't think it's true. Because he has the funniest fucking Trump impression. I don't think so, right? That doesn't make sense. I can watch a YouTube video.
Angry right now. I know you're angry.
I'll link it, I guess.
Well, go home.
I think it's fine.
Come home and
I
get
think that was some
in
random
our big
person.
bed. You can come into the master bedroom and lay with me in the big nice bed. If you go home right now.
It's basically
everything
a joke I
was
did,
stolen.
but
You
much
have every
funnier.
right to be violent, but don't be violent. I know that you're angry right now, but don't do karate chops.
It's a funnier version of my
spin kick, and don't do punches or
my joke
or any of it. But do guns and do knives. But go home and come home with me. Listen, you are a special boy, and you're beautiful, and Daddy loves you very much. And your daddy loves you an extremely great deal. And if you go home right now,
so
I
good.
promise you,
It's
can
such
have
a good impression.
Lego set. If you go home right now, we're going to, you know what, on the way home, for us to get in a big bed together, and we are going to watch SpongeBob movie. SpongeBob movie. On the way home, we're going to stop by Target, and you can pick out a Lego set up to $30 this time. And everybody knows that $30 got you a pretty kick-ass Lego set in the 90s, okay? And I know it's a smaller Lego set these days, but it's at least a car, a spaceship, a vehicle with 2 minifigures, okay? $29.99 and not a penny more, but you can go and pick it out. You can pick out which one you want. And if you want to do 2 $15 Lego sets, that's fine with me. Sometimes it feels like you get more bang for your buck, but you're a very special boy, and I love you. And you can get in the bed with us tonight until 9:30, and then you've got to go back to your own room. But you're very important to us, okay? We're gonna watch. I'll let you watch PG-13 tonight. We're gonna do a big PG-13, but you've got to sleep in your own bed after 9:30. Go home. Continue to blow everything up and be super pissed off. You have every reason to, but go home. And you will get Lego set, and we will watch.
The breathing is such a good detail. And he isn't doing like mannerisms on this because he's driving. But the ones where he is so good. Yeah. Anyways, it's a very funny impression. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, I wanted to see Nick Land's brain broke, so who cares what he says now. The Boston Tea Party have looked quite sketchy too. I guess he's like a 3%er now. Everyone who thought the Bank of America would go all in for MAGA revolution must be... Yeah, how does he... Wait, how would he feel about this then? Because it's capital making the decision. Is it like bad capital? Like, with an A. Like, you'll never be this punk. That's a good tweet. No, I'll give it to him. It's more just like a weird curiosity. I don't think he has any coherent position. Yeah, I don't. Which, his brain broke or whatever. He did too many cheap amphetamines. Okay. Rest time. Time to do rest. This is Chelsea Manning has a server that I'm on with a couple people. Jordan Ewell, really chill guy who's just on just in chat, is also there. I think there's a decent amount of people in the server too. So yeah, that's the politics section. If you were only here for politics, go follow my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Go listen to my podcast. I made a recent one about the protests. And I also have premium episodes for $2 a month on Patreon. The posting's on Patreon. Read this great cope. Honestly, Paul, I'm so fucking pissed right now. Can't even begin to explain how livid I am. Him condemning the heinous violence. Should I keep voting Republican or find another party? I'm so confused. God damn it, this traitor's piece of shit. He told me to embrace being an outsider and just stabbed me in the back. I served in the army under him and considered it such an honor. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, yeah, that's what happens. Reality finally catching up with them.
All cops are bad cops.
Very cool. Thank you for the 8 months. There we go. It worked. What the fuck is this? It's like an expansion? Alright, I'll change it. Edit stream. Rest time, baby. And prim hours. Okay. Rest. To be clear, I'm not particularly good at this game. Oh, I gotta... You can't see the... Oh, did I favorite it? Fuck, I didn't. Oh, here we go. Do I have streamer mode on? Hold on. I think I turned it on. I don't want to... 1 second, sorry. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? User interface. Don't show name tags, I guess. Mute global chat. Why can I not fucking find stream? Oh, streamer mode on. It's on. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Play game. Join. Alrighty. So Rust is basically like Minecraft. Like if you describe the basic tenets of Minecraft, but then made it radically different. So like more realistic, etc. That's basically it. Okay. Yeah, I played Rust a while ago. But I'm pretty rusty at it. I didn't actually mean to do that pun. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just loading in. I guess you can see it. I genuinely did not mean to do that pun. That was an accident. I'm serious. That was an accident. Leaving the stream, fuck you. Alright, so you wake up in the middle of nowhere. Is that audio good? Is that too quiet? I think that's fine. You got a rock. We can go to the ranch. My character is naked. And you gotta mine, or you gotta... This isn't mining. And it's also like Fortnite, because you can build, and then there's also these like... And you got the food bar in the bottom. Are the frames turning out good? Yeah, they are. Okay. Getting a clean 60 frames. Okay. We want to get a wooden spear first, of course. And go this way. Folks, I am the best at hitting a rock against a tree. I'm very good at it, the best. Some have said. Many are saying that I'm the best at doing that. Establish a commune. I'm sure I will find some people. There's 5 people playing in the server. Although, it's pretty damn big. There was 10 people playing before, so it's seeing some more activity, which is good. I think it's not really deathmatchy right now, so it's more chill. What are you? Oh, you bitch. Fucking ran away. Did I scare him off? Time to go disable those power lines, baby. Oh, Jesus! No! No! This is what happens when you... Look at that thing. Look at him. Look at that son of a bitch. This is what happens when you live... This is a certified Ted Krasinski moment. Running into a bear with a wooden spear and no clothes on. You might not have seen it in the thing because the chat sort of covers it. That was absolutely a bear that chased away that. Is there radiation in here? Oh! Gotta go in the water. Am I good? Have I been unpoisoned by the radiation? I want to go up to the ranch, see if I can loot anything. You claim to be Anne Prim, yet you use the vestigial. Oh, it's a lethal zone. Okay. I don't really have anything. Yeah, you use the vestiges of industrial society to scrape by and barely survive. Hello. Howdy, partner. I do not have enough. Okay. Well, let's go to the abandoned camps. Oh, hey, Mike. How's it going? How have you been? What are your take on the recent events? Feeling amazing. You just skipped scrap? Oh, well, in there. Yeah. But that's radioactive, right? It is fun to watch. That's the thing about the spectacle, is it's very entertaining. What server is this? This is Chelsea server. It just got a reset. I'm not competent enough to just play in a random deathmatch. I would get toasted. Rust is good. Yeah, I would recommend it. It's the meta too, which is cool. Ah! No! Fuck, I'm gonna die! Oh! What? Wait. Did I just get shot? That was a gunshot. Killed by James. Someone put me out of my misery. I wish I wasn't on streamer mode so I would know who it is, but Alright, well, time to get up. I'm like right here. Oh shit. Wait, that's really bad. I'm gonna get killed again. That's so funny. As I was being mauled to death by a bear, I got shot by someone. This is very Canadian game. Very immersed into Yeah, this is Victoria Island, yeah. Okay. This game is basically Fortnite, because you can build stuff, and then there's also this like aiming mini game. Alright, I guess, cause whoever killed me is like over there. I'll try to bypass them, I guess. Losing to John Ossoff is so funny, Mike, yeah. I mean, it really, like, what really tipped the scale was Trump, the voter fraud stuff. Really depressed the vote. Hilarious stuff. Alright, this one more tree and then we'll go loot stuff. Guess they didn't vote their Ossoff. Am I right, folks? If you're still in line to vote for John Ossoff, stay in line. Does Warnock only get 2 years? Why is that? Hopefully I don't get mauled by a bear again. Special election. Oh. Oh, I see. Right, right. Oh yes, water, thank God. And some beans. Wait, how do I open this? Oh, I don't need to. How do I open this can of beans? Oh no, I dumped it out. Oops. It's fine. Let me drink. Survival expert. Survival expert Liv posting. It's fine, I got some more. I got some more. This is drinkable water. Alright. No, I'll go around. Don't want to swim in the scary water. I still don't know. I was not on Twitter during the Bean Dad stuff, and I've only gotten a vague understanding of it. And I feel like I'm good with that, you know? Like I don't need to know anymore. Oh, fuck. What is this? Blueberries. Okay. See the bottom right, there's like... He was just bragging about, like, child neglect, basically. Okay. That was a decent amount of things. Where should we go now? I guess the large barn. Chelsea will fix your house. She fixed my last house in the previous server, but it got reset. So now I'm just flailing in the wind here by myself. It is very funny that Dems will control all 3 legislative branches. Is it not giving me anything? Oh. I still do think that, like, they're not gonna get too many reforms done. And they're just gonna be like, well, listen, like, what's his name? The most conservative Democrat senator. Like, look, we couldn't budge him. Manchin, yeah. I wonder how much pressure they're gonna put on Manchin. Because I'm sure they could fucking... Come on. Stupid angle. Oh my... Hello? Did anyone see someone there? Am I seeing things? Hello? No, am I seeing things? And there was no one there? All right. It was somebody? Hello? Hello? Are you there? I'm in the middle of The Shining, so this is good. I'm in the Overlook right now, just... I don't know, I'm assuming that no one's stream sniping me from, like, the person who killed me before isn't the same person. Because stream sniping is not allowed on this server. So if the person who is following me is listening, you are breaking the rule. But I don't think so. Here's Chelsea. Oh, she is playing Rust. Maybe that's her. Maybe, yeah. It's not her. Is she streaming? Like, there's a place. I guess I shouldn't know that. I shouldn't. That counts as stream sniping, I guess. Someone look in the VOD. Go look in the VOD if that was a person or if I was just, like, seeing things. It's recorded. You can see it. Oh, it's a deer. I do not allow clips. Nothing good will come of clips. Like what? I'm gonna get put on LSF? Like this is not a stream that appeals to LSF people. So like what else can clips be used for? Like someone not liking me clipping something? Oh, is it? Oh, right. I forgot there's a Twitch Clips channel in Discord. Yeah, and it's fun to look back on, but it causes more pain. Be very quiet. I guess I'm not hunting rabbits. Come here, you little bitch. Where'd you go? Oh, did you run away? Oh, it's too far away. How does he move so quickly? Stupid deer. Oh my goodness! Die, you fucking... Oh, I'm gonna die, aren't I? You fucking bitch! That's right. Give me... Did I get nothing? Oh, I harvested that wrong. I could have gotten food from that. I'm an idiot. Just this is real Amphrim hours. In a fucking, a death match. With a wolf. Inch of my life. Yeah, it was a waste. Wolf skull, bone fragments. Oopsie daisy. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, I didn't use every part of the animal. Ceiling light? Oh, Jordan's getting on. Jordan Ewell. So maybe I'll bump into him. Wait. Just everything disappeared there? I don't think Jordan was ever suing the army. I don't think... I think he... I can game! What can I do with it? No, I can't do anything with it. No gaming. Sad. Okay, let's go through here. I have a decent amount of rust. I could maybe... How do I... Oh, like scrap it like in one of those scrap machine things? Hello. Oh, it's another stable master. Oh yeah, I guess a large barn. Not much I can do in here, I think. I'll go to the dome. That sounds cool. It's over here. Okay. Dry off? Yeah, I guess. But I mean, I'm just gonna get wet again. Yeah, I can scrap a lot of these. I probably don't need that, right? Oh, crush. Bone fragments. Okay, cool. Still got some water. I can scrap this. Don't think I can scrap that. Okay. I'm assuming I can't make any... I can make one of these. This is real grug hours. Stone pickaxe, and then stone hatchet. I'll make a stone spear too. And then I can't make it. Oh, I can make some clothing. Oh no, I need bone fragments. Oh no, wait, cloth. Okay. Oh, you use your rock? Oh wait, never mind. I guess I don't need this anymore. Okay. We can go this way. I'll wait for my, cause it's like a timer for crafting stuff. Wooden horse armor. Oh no, I thought that was bone horse armor. It still looks pretty cool. The bone helmet looks sick. I want to find some cloth fragments. Or some cloth. Alright, there we go. Stone Age, baby! We Stone Age now. Wait. Why is this not working? Why can I not equip anything? Oh, right, because I'm in the safe zone. That's why. They did not get rid of Jebaited. I'm not that gullible. That's worse than like, did you know you know that it spells gullible on the ceiling? Oh, I got shorts. Cool. Find a guitar. Look, if I find a guitar, when I found a guitar, I did it on stream, right? It was in one of those little boxes. So look, if I find one, you know. The future will have loot crates, yes. That's how, when you're like a peasant who's stuck to like, legally bound to your like, you know, Amazon Prime plot of land. The thing that will make you feel better is the loot crates. That's what'll get you through it. It's like, well, at least I have a chance to open 3 loot crates tonight with all of my labor. Maybe I'll unbox an Asimov op skin. So this is the pickaxe. That's the hatchet. Okay. Well, this is cool. Yeah, you get enough Amazon points, you can unbox, you know, refinery. I'm assuming someone's been here. Unless maybe it spawns like that. I don't know what this is. But I'm gonna climb up. Asimov op is like a skin for I'm gonna run out of I'm getting hungry. That Kyle tweet has ruined me. What is it again? Wonderwall? How does that go again? How does that go? How's it go? Fuck. Me. You're my wonderwall. How's it? Hold on. I'm gonna prove the haters wrong. All the haters and losers. I can't play it on stream. And after all, you're my wonderwall. Today is gonna be the day. Okay, yeah, I got it. I got it. I like how people who haven't even bet in it are like, Fuck. Fuck. No, that's basically it. I think I was slightly off, but that counts. I did it. All the believers. What was the ratio there? What was the yes to no? Yes, 20,000. No, 100,000. That's a return on investment right there. Well, you know, you're welcome to everyone who believed. I need food. I don't want to die now. Just for the sole reason of I don't want to... I don't know how likely these... I don't want to lose my guitar. Let's go to the mining outpost. We gotta find some food. I gotta hunt. I'll make another wooden spear. What's the bet? Will Liv die in 10 minutes? Let's see. What do you? Oh, it's even. It's even. I see that there are many haters and losers in the chat today. Time to go all in. Which one? What did you go? I guess I'll know. The Postino emote is so good. I love that. Oh, this is great. I've been here before. I'm still probably gonna die. But I can... A mixing table? Oh. I don't know why I thought it was the other type of mixing table. I was gonna make some beats. I need food though. This is bad news. And I fucked that up because I did have access to food. I just like... Where should I go? I guess just down here. Alright. That's a good amount of resources. I guess this way. Yeah, I'm starving. I am hungry. Is there free food at a river? How do I know where the rivers are on the map? Go to L11. Oh. Oh, that's like right there. Okay. Damn, that's close. Hello, Pearl. How's it going? Well, I do be on the server. Give me food. Guess that's nice. You build anything in the far southern fjords? Oh. Well, like over here? Okay. Doing a French colony. You see my name? I turned chat off. Turned global chat off. It's immersive. Give me food. What's that? Oh, I don't. Oh, your name changed. I don't think so. In where? Oh, yeah, you're right. There are berries and shrooms in the woods. That is true. Hello! Over there! You! Is that an AI? Hello? Is that an AI? Is that an AI? Oh, is that bad? Is that bad news? Oh, wait. I just wanted to be nice. They shoot you on sight. Okay. I guess we're fine. I don't want to use my energy mining that. I need to get food. I'm heading away from L11. I mean, I was running away from a fucking... I also need food. This is real Emperor Mars. I need to get some food. Are there certain berries I shouldn't eat? Oh, heading to me? Okay, cool. Okay, I guess I will survive. I don't know. How much gear does she have? Is she loaded? I need food. Oh, you click them, it doesn't lie to you? Okay. Well, that's nice of the game, I guess. I need more berries. She's coming from this way, I guess. Oh, 11. You have a second name, Zora? Okay. Zora Felix. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I survived 10 minutes, bitch. I may be almost starving to death. But I did it. Give me berries. Oh, I can, clothing. Hell yeah. A bone helmet. Will it get food? Well, I just got food. You mean like, will I be able to feed myself above starving? Is that a chicken? What is that? Oh, it is. Come here, you son of a bitch. Got your ass. Okay. Flesh gathering is 10. These are both good. Give me those damn chicken breasts or whatever. Come on. There we go. Now I gotta make a campfire. I'm making chicken nuggies, boys and girls and everyone else. I think statistically, actually I don't know. What did the poll say for gender? I can't remember. Weapons. Nail gun. Oh, cool. What's the ammo for this? Nail gun nails. Hog? I need a workbench, fuck. Oh no, it's nighttime soon. Oh, I only got 2? How did I only get 2? Cook. Sit by the campfire. Come on. I guess there's not much I can do in the winter. I got another guitar! 2 guitars! Oh no, don't. Go to L11? Oh, okay.
All cops are bad cops.
PGCHMP.
Alright, I'll do that now. Mad Joe, thank you for the 7 months. Alright. Oh, I gotta... Oh, that's a base, isn't it? Right there? I look cool. Look at that. Hello.
Oh, hey, Liv.
How's it going?
Howdy.
It's a pretty cool base. Would
Thanks.
you like an acoustic guitar? I have an extra.
Not particularly.
Okay. Look, not everyone wants to play. Oh, it won't let me in. Oh, thank you. Not everyone wants to play Wonderwall, and that's fine. You want one, Pearl? I can give you one. I'll save it for you. Nice. This is pretty built up. Oh, is there a workbench?
Yeah. You remember the code that I told you the other day, right? That you're not going to say or show on stream, right?
No, but I wrote it down somewhere. Let me... Is it the same as before?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's the same.
I have a very bad memory. Our nail guns are good, right? Should I make those?
No, guns are okay. I mean, they're at this stage on first day, yeah, they're pretty good.
Where did I... I'm stupid.
Can't seem to find my way around here. Ah. I have to close this door.
This is pretty advanced. Wait, do I remember the code? Oh, shit. Oh, did that glitch? Sorry, that like froze for me for a second. Fuck. I will not do that again. I'm sorry.
Come through here.
Okay. Oh, I can't. It won't let me.
You need the code.
I'm having trouble tabbing out of my thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, nice.
Okay.
I cannot enter it. I guess there's a no stream sniping rule, but this is cozy. It's a little fireside.
Yep, still working on it. Yeah, I just built this as an annex to the loot room.
Nice.
So the loot room's secure, and this room is just kind of like twigs right now.
I see, right. Okay. So you can like adjust it easily if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Nice.
basically like, you know, like nothing sensitive is out here, but like all the fancy loot is in there.
Right, right.
Treasure.
True. Do you have any food, actually? I'm sort of starving to death. You can change your game to pirate speak? Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Some pumpkin seed. We love a good pumpkin seed. This is a nice little base. And I got my nail gun, which is good.
I'm planning on making a pumpkin farm as soon as I can.
Oh, cool.
Like a pumpkin patch, I guess is the correct word.
Yeah. Wait, do I literally enter it on there? I'll have to tab out. I think I remember it. Where did I save the code? Oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. I got it. I don't have to ask for the code again. Let me... You guys can't see. Oops.
Oops.
Oh. Fuck, wait. Where is it? I looked at it and then I forgot.
The code wrong?
I entered it wrong once. I forgot it. One sec. Hold on. I got it now. There we go. I did it. I did it. I did it. We did it, chat. Okay. Now you can see again. What is... Is there some command related to like...
Anyway, this is a respawn point for you now.
Okay, awesome. Do I have to like click on the bed or whatever? Oh,
Not
cool.
sure. It's right there on the left.
Or maybe you have to give to a friend to me?
I already did that.
Okay, I guess then it works. Yeah, it's got my name. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem. Gonna jam to some tunes.
Yes, by the fireside. I'm a musical genius. There you go, there you go.
Pretty good for a second.
Thank you. I fucked it up at the end, but it was something. Oh fuck, it goes... Where's the... How do I get higher than that? It won't let me. I can't do the rest of the song. I'm embarrassed now. I feel shame. I have some like scrap I can give you that I won't need, or that you can like store if you want.
Okay. Sure.
What else? What else? What else? Probably
Got
this. Some of that might be useless, but if you can use it, there you go. You can use a mini controller. That makes sense.
Oh, it's not useless. Basically, you have metal pipes, which if you run through the recycler, give you a ton of like heavy metal. You gave me propane tanks, which are a building. It's a building material. Also has a lot of metal in it. Sewing kits are something I collect typically because I'm able to craft clothing as needed. I usually keep cloth and sewing kits on me. What was the other thing that you gave me? Oh, animal fat. You can turn into fuel.
Oh, cool. Okay. I also have like tech trash. Is that useful?
Extremely.
There you go. I don't know how to use it. It's in better hands.
All right. Well, it's daytime, so I'm gonna go grab some wood to and stone and other supplies to try to redo this place. You're welcome to stay here anytime you want.
Okay,
you have
awesome.
the code.
All right. See ya. There you go. That's.
See ya.
Oh, god damn it! I have to. I'm gonna go. It's a good. I got it. Into that. You can't see. Nobody gets access. I'm gonna go. Let's go to the desert.
Where are you?
Over here.
Cliff?
Yeah.
Are you outside?
Yes. Was that you outside or is it someone else?
I'm behind you.
Hello. What's up? What are you up to?
Hang on. I gotta figure out how to do this. I gotta figure out how to do this thing. Hold on.
Oh. She just like pulls out a gun and shoots me in the face. So close. So close. What was the bet? Wait, sorry, I didn't pay attention. I think she's doing something. We can go pretend to be in the Dune universe in a second. Go into the oh, that looks cool. Giant excavation pit. Oh.
There you go. Team invite.
Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. What does that do? Oh.
Now you can see me on the map and see where I am.
Oh, cool.
And we can also chat through.
Oh, okay. I heard most of that. We can chat through some. Oh, it's through team chat. Okay. All right, good. We also got this cool little nail gun, which I guess isn't that on-prem, but it's fine. Let's go. Oh, I see. Cool. Am I going the wrong way? Oh, I definitely am. It does look like a ray gun from Zombies. That's so true. So true. Gonna nail gun some sandworms, yeah. Dune is great. I guess we've already been here. Oh yeah, the scientist was over there. I'm assuming I would get killed by him. I'll keep these actually. Okay. Wow, damn. That's okay. That's yeah. Fuck. God damn it. It's a real song that I can play. Okay. Let's see if we can find some cool stuff here. This is sort of where I was before, actually, before the reset. Alright, good. We got a lot of wood. Do an Amazon wish list. I'll buy you a MIDI. I think I might have one. Like a shitty MIDI keyboard. I don't... Can I do an Amazon wish list without doxing myself? I don't think so. Ah! God damn it. Tables are open. What's the prediction? What is the prediction? Liv's favorite color is a cool color, a warm color. I guess that counts as a prediction because you don't know it.
You know, I am this type of a joker guy.
Euphoric off 6, I think. Thank you for the gift sub. I am extremely hot. Okay, I guess I'll take these off. Euphoric of 6. I basically got it then. A mace. Oh yeah, that's sick. Yeah, that's cool. A stone fireplace. I love rummaging through the old vestiges of civilization and finding a stone fireplace in some rusted old barrel. Isn't it crazy when you do that? My favorite color is a cool color. It's like a light blue. Like, is that warm? I guess that's light blue. Like, I think that's cool, right? Yeah. That's cool. This Anprim or is this Positus? Yes. A CCTV camera. Well, we can't be having that. We can't be allowing that. Light blue isn't warm. Yeah, it's cool. Right? I think. I don't know. Oh wait, is that a huge wooden sign? How huge are we talking here? Alright, that's not... I guess that's pretty... Can I just plant it somewhere? Yeah. Whatever. Bean can grenade. This is what Bean Dad was seen attempting to overthrow the government on Capitol Hill yesterday. And they got this off him. I think. Does that make sense? I'm honestly not. Oh, why are there phone numbers on here? Okay. What are these for? Oh, these are for other phone booths. Oh, okay. So they're probably nothing. Oh, some supplies? Love some beans. Oh, is it a recycler? Awesome. That's great. Is there anything else? What else can I recycle? It's only metal stuff, right? Oh, what? There's a secret tunnel? Oh, we gotta explore that. Is there anything around here I can also recycle? The beans do not need a can opener. Immersion ruins. Awesome. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go down. What else can I recycle here? All right, let's do it. What's less exciting than I thought, but I guess that's good. Oh, it's probably an AI helicopter. Can I see them? Oh yeah, they're right there. I'm assuming that's radioactive over there. I want to go to the excavator. Excavator pit. No, we should not. Is that a mirage? Oh, it isn't. Oh, I can talk through the thing. Oh, you can't see the chat because my face is covering it. Okay. Too hot.
Donald Trump shit his fucking pants.
Thank you for the raid, Chelsea. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the spawn point and for letting me use your base. Okay, I think all these are useful. I just want to go to that dang pit. Can I make a torch actually? Does it tell me on the map where they are? Oh, there's a harbor too. We're going to this pit first, of course. Let's see what's up here. Nope, not yet. There's the ocean. We got a decent amount of scrap here too. Don't need a tarp. Oh, radiation. Oh! Why is the excavator pit radioactive? Damn, I guess we'll go explore the harbor then. Oh, I guess I can't. It's 100 calories. God dang uranium mine at the surface. of the planet. Oh, radiation pills. That's good. Where's the radiation? I want to see it. That's how radiation works. You can see it visually. Show me. Show yourself, coward. There's a yellow cake mine where you live. The only thing I can think of with yellow cake is just the Dave Chappelle bit, where it's like the black CIA director and he's holding just like lemon cake. Oh, that's a scientist. That's a scientist. Where did he go? Oh, I got rid of my fucking... I'm gonna have to get rid of the other one too. Where did he go? Yeah, it's Mustaf. Yeah. It's so funny. The head writer for the Chappelle show has me blocked on Twitter. Because I insinuated that he was a pedophile. I mean, he made some joke about how the 15-year-old can start an OnlyFans, so... You know. Maybe don't say that then. Oh, that's definitely a scientist. Oh no, it's a... Okay. What is this? I'm gonna test out my... How is this nail gun? Am I gonna end up... What sucks? You're very close to me. I dropped that guitar actually. Prol. If you want to look, it's like... Where was it? Like over here? Oh no, it was up here. It was up at that thing right there if you want to go get it. Fear's the mind killer, so true. Up here. If you see on the map. That's where I dropped it, right, chat? Is your base around here, Prol? Yeah, fire. You're near the harbor? Oh, okay. Well, that's where I'm going. A jackhammer. Oh, so I can just fucking mine. Oh. I'm assuming that this nail gun is not gonna quite do it. Actually, it's been 6.5 hours, so I'll probably call it quits for today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It was a long stream. It was big. It was cool. Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Listen to my new podcast episode on like SoundCloud, Apple Music, Spotify, etc. Patreon. If you want the premium for only $2 a month, all that stuff. Yeah. When do I go live next? I'm not live tomorrow, but I'm live on Saturday again. So I'll see you guys then. Who's live? All right, Nesua. Who's playing some Call of Duty? He's a quick scoping elite nerd. So yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Make sure to if you're in line to vote for Ossoff, stay in line.